for conflict. Once close allies, over the past 2 decades, tensions have steadily risen between these two Eastern Mediterranean powers. However, matters now seem to be close to boiling point. Against the backdrop of growing tensions in Syria, there's a very real threat of a confrontation between Israeli and Turkish forces. So, just what exactly has shaped this collapse in relations, and could we really be about to see another dangerous conflict erupt in the Middle East? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Alliances have always been a central feature of international relations. But while we often think of them as long-lasting and based on shared political, economic, cultural, and even geopolitical interests, sometimes even the closest collaborations can collapse. In extreme cases, what was once a powerful partnership can break down so that two former allies become strategic opponents, if not outright enemies. One of the most interesting examples in contemporary international politics is the relationship between Israel and Turkey. At one time, the two countries were close strategic partners with extremely strong defence and intelligence cooperation. And yet, that has now disappeared. In fact, the two countries seem to be on the brink of war. Israel and Turkey are situated at the eastern end of the Mediterranean. Approximately 120 miles or 200 kilometres apart, they share a border with Syria, covering 780,000 square kilometres or 300,000 square miles. Turkey is significantly larger than Israel, which measures 21,000 square kilometres or 8,000 square miles. Turkey also has a much larger population, around 88 million inhabitants, versus Israel's 9.5 million. Although Turkey and Israel are relatively modern states, founded in 1923 and 1948 respectively, their relationship dates back centuries to the Ottoman Empire. At its height, this ruled large parts of the Middle East, including present-day Israel, and had a long history of providing sanctuary for Jews fleeing persecution in Europe. However, our story truly begins in the aftermath of the Second World War with the establishment of the State of Israel. While Turkey voted against the UN plan to partition Palestine, thus creating a Jewish state, and later abstained in the vote to admit Israel to the United Nations, on the 28th of March 1949, it became the very first Muslim-majority country to recognise Israel, establishing diplomatic relations shortly afterwards. This decision was based in part on a shared geostrategic outlook. As the Cold War took hold, both countries saw themselves as firmly aligned to the Western camp. In addition, they also shared a similar ideological worldview, with both countries founded on secular nationalist traditions. Over the following decades, the relationship between Turkey and Israel slowly but steadily evolved. Although Turkey had a generally distant relationship with much of the Arab world, preferring to focus on Europe and the West, Ankara was nevertheless cautious about putting its ties with the wider Middle East under unnecessary pressure by being seen as getting too close to Israel. At the same time, there were domestic political concerns that such ties could cause resentment amongst the more religious parts of Turkish society, which strongly favoured the Palestinian cause. As a result, successive Turkish governments, while building relations with Israel, would often be forced to take a step back at points of heightened tension in the Middle East. Ultimately, the golden age of Turkish-Israel relations came in the 1990s. As the Cold War ended and the first steps were taken towards building peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, the pace of Turkish-Israeli cooperation increased dramatically. In 1991, diplomatic relations were strengthened, paving the way for a free trade agreement. However, the relationship shone especially brightly in the field of military and security engagement. In addition to growing defence industry cooperation, the two countries also signed several high-profile training agreements. But while Israel and Turkey had seemingly built a strong relationship, it turned out to be not nearly as secure as it may have appeared. The critical moment of change came in November 2002 when the religiously oriented Justice and Development Party, the AKP, led by Recep Tayyip Erdogan, won national elections in Turkey. Although the party insisted that the country would remain close to the West and would pursue European Union membership, Turkish foreign policy began to pivot in other areas, focusing more closely on the Arab Middle East. At first, though, the change was handled carefully to ensure that Turkey didn't alienate Israel. Instead, Ankara tried to present itself as an honest broker between the sides. However, as the decade wore on, cracks began to emerge as the Turkish government became steadily more critical of Israeli policies towards the Palestinians. This came to international attention following a heated exchange between Erdogan and the Israeli President Shimon Peres at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2009. But the critical moment came the following year. In May 2010, a convoy of Turkish ships tried to take aid supplies to Gaza, which was under Israeli blockade. Although they were in international waters, the lead vessel was raided by Israeli commandos, leading to 9 deaths and over 30 injuries. Furious about the incident, Turkey now withdrew its ambassador to Israel. With the once solid relationship now in tatters, Erdogan became an increasingly vocal critic of Israel on the international stage. I hope you're finding this helpful. If so, please do consider giving it a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks so much, and now back to the video. In March 2013, President Obama arranged a call between Erdogan and his Israeli counterpart, Benjamin Netanyahu. In return for an Israeli apology, the two countries agreed to restore diplomatic relations. And 3 years later, the Israeli government agreed to pay $20 million in compensation to the families of those killed in the raid. But while it seemed as if relations were now back on track, the progress was short-lived. In May 2018, relations again nosedived, this time after heavy fighting in Gaza. But in January 2022, the countries began yet another effort to rebuild relations. This led to the first direct phone call between the Turkish and Israeli foreign ministers in 13 years. From there, things moved quickly. Just weeks later, Erdogan welcomed the Israeli president to Ankara. In what was widely seen as a genuine breakthrough in bilateral relations, the two leaders discussed a range of critical issues, including expanding trade and developing greater energy cooperation. But once again, the thaw was short-lived. Just 18 months later, it collapsed again, setting the stage for the current confrontation. The spur for the latest deterioration in relations was Hamas's surprise attack on Israel on the 7th of October 2023. As Israel retaliated with a full-scale military campaign in Gaza, Erdogan became increasingly outspoken about the Israeli offensive, openly accusing Israeli leaders of committing war crimes and genocide. All this came to a head in November 2024 when Turkey severed diplomatic ties
that's exactly
with Israel.
what I was going to say. It's very ironic of him.
But while the events in Gaza saw relations collapse yet again, the critical development came just a few weeks later when the 50-year Assad regime in Syria was overthrown by the Islamist HTS militia and its Turkish-backed allies. This has seen Turkey emerge as a key international actor in the country. At the same time, Turkey maintains a military presence in northern Syria, where the existence of a de facto autonomous Syrian Kurdish region is seen by Ankara as a threat to peace and security in the adjoining Kurdish areas of southeast Turkey. And it's all this that's been feeding the current tensions. Seeing it...
I forgot what these ones were.
Now who's gonna stop me?
Okay.
Are you stupid or are you deaf? Are you stupid or are you deaf?
Okay, that's a good one.
Stan says you're a cunt.
That's still funny.
Nice.
Okay, we need that one. That's a good page.
Expanding Turkish role in Syria as a substantial security threat, on the 2nd of April, Israel carried out airstrikes against several Syrian military installations, including 2 air bases that Ankara was reportedly eyeing up as potential bases for its forces. Indeed, Israel was clear that the attacks had been directed at Turkey, accusing Ankara of playing a negative role in Syria and arguing that it was trying to make the country a Turkish protectorate. The Israeli defense minister warned the new government in Damascus that it would pay a heavy price if it allowed hostile forces to be stationed in the country.
Oh no, that's
So,
the orphans.
will Turkey and Israel go to war? Given their poor relations in recent years and Israel's very clear statement over Turkish encroachment in Syria, it would seem that the two countries are certainly on a dangerous collision course. That said, it's vital to put all of this in its proper context. For a start, as dangerous as any confrontation is, there's every chance that it will be limited to Syria. Neither state will want to escalate it into a conflict on their national territories.
Of course not.
And while there could well be armed confrontations between Turkish and Israeli forces in Syria, the two countries
no
may
games
also
today
focus
because
on using
we're
local proxies and even
probably gonna do
cyber
a
attacks
gaming
to
stream
fight
at
one
noon
another
on
more
Wednesday.
indirectly. Secondly, the two countries have also taken steps to avoid any unwanted escalation of tensions. This came to
It wouldn't be
international
funny if they
attention
went
with
to
news
war because
reports
the
that
war
as
would happen in Syria.
Yes, it would. Like, that's bad for everybody. Like, the only reason they're even thinking about it is because nobody's going to lose here. They just get to fight it out on somebody else's territory.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't lose. The only thing they lose is bodies and like military
And they'll probably
equipment.
like the first thing they'll do is hit them with proxy forces too, not even NATO army.
Yeah, exactly.
Azerbaijan had hosted talks between Turkish and Israeli officials designed to set up a deconfliction mechanism between the two countries. Meanwhile, although the Turkish foreign minister has insisted that these are technical talks and limited only to operational coordination and don't mark the start of any broader normalisation of ties or the re-establishment of diplomatic relations, this is nevertheless a welcome sign. But while all this is certainly reassuring, it shouldn't be a cause for complacency. Even if fighting between Israel and Turkey remains limited to Syria, the broader international implications of any conflict could be enormous. Such a confrontation, especially if fought with local proxies, could well plunge Syria back into chaos and draw in other regional actors. In this sense, it would have the potential to reignite the civil war, potentially opening an even more deadly and dangerous phase of the conflict. More to the point, given that even seemingly localised situations can easily get out of hand, and that both Israel and Turkey are significant regional military powers, the potential for a disastrous escalation is obvious. Meanwhile, matters are all the more worrying as many observers will also be questioning whether the United States, which would usually be expected to manage such a crisis, would have the capability to act.
Why is it always the fat fucks that sit forward and up like this and make sure that they're like maximum leg width apart? It's always these same kinds of people.
And it's for all these reasons that the growing tensions between Turkey and Israel, close allies turned regional foes, are now being viewed with such deep concern. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find helpful. Thanks so much for...
Thanks. Hold on. This one.
Since the fall of Syria's Assad regime last December, no two countries have paid more attention to Syria than Israel and Turkey, much to each other's frustration. Israel has accused Turkey of trying to turn Syria into a Turkish protectorate, while Turkey says Israel is the greatest threat to regional security. So in this video, we're going to explain the opposing plans that Israel and Turkey have for Syria, why it's making their already hostile relationship worse, and assess whether it could lead to conflict between the two regional powers.
It's very loud.
Yeah, their intro is loud. We've been over
Who's
this.
the most influential person in the world? And Israel's 1949. Fast forward to the late 2000s and early 2010s, and the relationship was at a real low following the 2008-2009 Gaza war, and Israel's deadly raid of a Turkish civilian aid flotilla in 2010. Things remained pretty bad through the 2010s, but by 2022, the relationship rebounded, with full diplomatic ties restored, and Turkey eyeing joint energy projects with Israel in the Mediterranean. Relations were at a relatively high point, but this rapprochement was short-lived, as relations have collapsed since the October the 7th attack and the subsequent Gaza war. However, the hostility between the two countries over what was, and still is, happening in Gaza has largely played out as a war of words, trade restrictions and legal battles, with Turkey backing the South African-led genocide case against Israel at the ICJ. But since the overthrow of Assad in early December last year, Syria has become the new battleground, over which Turkey and Israel are sparring, and no longer just rhetorically either. For example, last week, Israel bombed a number of air bases in Syria that Turkish officials had recently been scoping out as potential bases for Turkish troops to deploy as part of a planned joint defence pact with Syria, a prospect that Israel sees as posing a threat to its own freedom of action in Syria. Israel seemingly carried out the strikes in what it saw as a limited window of opportunity to act and render the bases unusable before Turkey moved its military.
A threat to their own freedom of action in Syria. Fuck off! How about that? That's a threat to our imperialist conquest, excuse you.
Assets in. So while not a direct attack on Turkey,
did you see that?
It was a clear message.
They cut out. Look at the map.
Palestine?
Yeah, they cut out Gaza and West Bank out of Israel. Interesting.
I mean,
this is a very interesting thing to do. Not many people do that.
Assets in. So while not a direct attack on Turkey, it was a clear message. The Israeli foreign minister later accused Turkey of playing a negative role in Syria and warned Syria's President Ahmed al-Sharaa that if he allowed unspecified, quote, hostile forces to enter Syria and threaten Israeli security interests, then he would pay a heavy price. So what are the competing views that Turkey and Israel have over post-Assad Syria? The overthrow of Assad has provided a significant opportunity for cooperation between Turkey and the new Syrian government, not least because the Turkish government had been a long-standing supporter of the Syrian opposition and already had a cooperative relationship with the victorious HTS Islamist rebel group. The Turkish government has engaged more with the new Syrian authorities than perhaps any other government, and Turkey is primed to play a crucial role in the rebuilding of the devastated country. This comes with several clear benefits for Turkey. First, it provides business opportunities for Turkish companies, especially construction firms. Second, it gives Turkey an important ally in dealing with its own security concerns, namely the Kurdish-led forces based in Syria's northeast and remnants of ISIS. Third, it opens the door for the Turkish military to expand its footprint and sphere of influence. And fourth, helps foster the conditions for the return of Syrian refugees from Turkey. So, with all these things in mind, it's evidently in Turkey's interest for post-Assad Syria to be united and secure under al-Sharaa. However, from the Israeli side, things were obviously viewed differently. At face value, the toppling of Assad looks like great news for Israel. After all, Assad was an ally of Iran, Israel's sworn enemy, and it was Israel, through its backing of Hezbollah, that helped lay the groundwork for Assad's down. Sharaa, a former al-Qaeda militant and friend of Turkey, was met with concern in Israel, which clearly does not buy into the idea that al-Sharaa has moderated and wants to build a friendly, inclusive Syria that doesn't pose a threat to its neighbours. In fact, Israel's foreign minister, referring to Syria's new rulers, has said they were jihadists and remain jihadists.
oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's all coming down. Crashing down.
Neoliberalism. B tier. Neoliberalism is the ideology that prioritizes free markets and economic growth over everything else. Just, so much growth. GDP per capita measures wealth. People want to increase GDP per capita. That's neoliberalism. Great stuff. It's made a lot of wealthy countries, and it's gotten us this far, which is great. But at a certain point, increasing material wealth is actually destructive and bad. If my neighbor's small business goes under because Amazon is able to more efficiently allocate their resources, so when I order my pocket watch, it gets here in 12 hours instead of 24 hours, well, that marginal improvement of my economic well-being isn't actually worth it when you hollow out, people's jobs and livelihoods. So capitalism might not be evil, but consumerism and materialism is, and neoliberalism has a lot of that, so it's going to be capped at B tier. Christian nationalism, C tier. Look, nobody loves Jesus and the Bible more than I do. And many Christians would agree Christianity is wonderful. Well, obviously the Christians would agree that Christianity is wonderful, but it's wonderful because Christianity is about focusing on your internal and spiritual life and not being concerned so much so with the political affairs, the mundanity of this fallen world. So people who, do politics under the name of Christianity are very much using the Lord's name in vain very often. However, it is true that Christianity is the basis of Western civilization. Sorry, we hold these truths to be self-evident. They're only self-evident because everyone was Christian back then, or deeply immersed in the beauty of cultural Christianity. And, the aforementioned materialism and consumerism would be curbed if we just, acted a little more Christian, if we just all acted a little more Jesus-like. But we can definitely embody, Christian values without, getting the government to throw gays off rooftops. So Christian nationalism, C tier. Next up is Marxism. Marxism is absolutely C tier. Obviously, Marxism is responsible for many terrible things like communism, which is not even on the list because it's so bad. But you can't throw the bourgeoisie baby out with the bathwater. Marxism offers a lot of valid and useful critiques of capitalism. The whole concept of alienation of labor is very relevant in the modern work-from-home era, where you can work for a company for 5 years and never actually see what that company materially does in the world, and you become alienated from the fruits of your labor.
I'm your neighbor, and I'm going to do everything I can to make this right.
And with the incredible amount of rising wealth inequality and techno-feudal control, Marxism, it's got some good ideas. We can't throw it out. Of course, the metaphysical claims it puts forward are garbage. Dialectical materialism is a joke and goes against everything we know about, just evolution and basic human psychology. But remember, the people who call themselves Marxists, most of them, almost all of them, don't do it because they've read Marx. They just like socialism. And a lot of people like socialism because, neoliberalism kind of failing us right now. A lot of people deleting themselves and, a TV being $100 cheaper, not actually improving anyone's lives, But then we have Marxism's gay cousin, postmodern neo-Marxism, otherwise known as Foucaultian fundamentalism. Postmodern neo-Marxism isn't really a philosophy, it's more of a derogatory term that Jordan Peterson came up with to describe sort of a family resemblance of ideas that basically say that society is fundamentally about dominant versus subordinate power dynamics, that all social relationships are fundamentally shaped by power. And it's a little bleak and nihilistic and not particularly reflective of reality. So whether it's critical race theory, queer theory, intersectionality, fat critical theory, whatever, they are, they're identifying real problems in the world often. And sometimes, the people who are the Foucaultian fundamentalists are very good at identifying the problems, but they rarely ever offer any useful solutions at all. So we're going to keep it at D tier. Anarcho-primitivism, A tier. Fuck technology. I am coming to you through the power of technology, but it does rot your brain. And we all know that you and me and everyone watching would be better off if we spent less time on our goddamn phones and, computers and got out and made connections and really got into the fundamentals of the human experience, the phenomenological beauty that is being a human being. A tier, baby, A tier. But you will die of herpes, most likely, because anarcho-primitivism, no medicine technology. It's basically Jehovah's Witnessism, right? I don't know. Okay, next up is it's actually this one. It's neoconservatism, and neoconservatism is very clearly D tier. Also known as U.S. imperialism, neoconservatism is the belief that the United States must maintain its global hegemony and its global power dominance at all costs, even including massive, human rights violations and partnering with terrorists and crazy people and overthrowing governments. And whoa, that's a conspiracy, Paul. The United States is not topple foreign governments. Yeah, well, what did that one John Bolton guy say, that national security advisor under Trump? What did he say again?
I mean, when you were working there, how much of the money in reality was just being used as a tool to destabilize foreign governments?
Unfortunately, almost none of it. I would have been happy to use some of it to destabilize some of the governments that were faced around the world. That was handled more by the clandestine side of the CIA.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, and I wish he was being sarcastic, but he's not. Next up, we're totally out of order. Philosophical pragmatism, straight to S tier. The best philosophy of all time, epistemologically, phenomenologically, eschatologically. Basically, pragmatism is the philosophy that says it doesn't matter what the fuck you think is true and what you say is true and what you believe is logically coherently true. It matters what that truth does in the world. Everyone from Daily Wire shills like Jordan Peterson to queer icons like CJ the X believe that pragmatism is the best philosophy.
But Jordan, for example, knows the religious texts better, right? And he understands pragmatism. That's a philosophy I fully agree with. So he understands that truth is a deeper multidimensional word than correspondence.
They might be predicated on pragmatic truths rather than objective truths. Pragmatic truths are truths that have functional utility. They believe that your knowledge was a tool. Knowledge was a tool to advance being in the world, let's say, survival in the world, and that you justified your knowledge not because you had final knowledge of anything, but because your tools were good enough to obtain the end that you were aiming at. That was the validation process. If your theory was good enough to get you to where you were aiming, then it was true enough. And the pragmatists believed that that was the best that you could do with truth.
Okay, next up, globalism. Globalism, C tier. Now, the basic idea behind globalism makes sense. In order to, meet the challenges that are global, like climate change and artificial intelligence arms races,
I don't know
you need
what
to
he is.
coordinate. You need to work together as different nations under one
like
kind of guiding vision, which is great.
France can't play football against Croatia unless the French and Croatians agree on the same rules for the game. And that's globalism in action. If you like the World Cup, you're already a globalist. Now, hopefully, nations could agree on global rules, not just for football, but also for how to prevent ecological collapse, how to regulate dangerous technologies, and how to reduce global inequality.
However, it is simply the case that people social psychologically identify in tribes, they sort themselves into nations and subgroups, and while cosmopolitanism is a very powerful archetype and it can be achieved to some degree, game theory shows us that a rules-based international order where everyone cooperates only works when everyone cooperates. I don't know if you noticed this, but Russia, China, and Israel are probably not going to sacrifice their national identity for the sake of global cooperation, okay? Also, Russia's on the UN Security Council, so what, is this a joke? Like, what even is this? Nation states are better off trying to prioritize the well-being of their own citizens so that they can then help the world and cooperate and be in a better position to make a difference globally.
And remember to always put your own mask on first before helping others.
Otherwise, you just get Klaus Schwab chemically castrating you with fluorocarbons and shit in the water, or whatever they're called.
The guy talking is a YouTuber that gets his opinion from YouTube.
Hey, next up is ethno-supremacy. This is D tier. Look, as much as I love Israel, I'm not a fan of how they're doing things right now, with the whole West Bank taking over land because God said so. It's kind of weird, kind of fucked up, and it really is bad no matter who does it, no matter what the justification is. Yes, it is true there are different races, and races are different from each other, in some ways, but no one is morally superior to one another, and as soon as you do that, you go down a slippery slope of destruction and evil, and it's kind of bad, and we should probably not support it. That's my opinion. Okay, next up is accelerationism. Accelerationism, straight to A tier. Who wouldn't want to accelerate the peaceful revolution to bring about the second constitutional convention in which we can go back and make sure we take all the good stuff from the Constitution, like the First Amendment and the Second Amendment to some degree, and, kind of modify it and kind of update it for the modern age and go, hey, instead of having 18-year-olds get enslaved by going into student debt, they should be required to spend 2 years doing civil service and working with their fellow Americans from all classes and all backgrounds to clean up communities, provide disaster relief, so on and so forth. It seems like something everyone would support, but the truth is the night is darkest before the dawn, and things probably need to get a little bit dark before they get better. So, accelerationism, kind of scary, but kind of necessary, probably. And I hope to see you guys all on the other side. Have fun. Good luck. Okay, next up, libertarianism. Absolutely trash. Okay, look, nobody loves freedom more than I do. Okay, nobody hates the government entering in my life when I don't want them to. Okay, just because I have a small child chained up to the... What I mean is, you can't expect to live in a functioning society if you do not sacrifice some level of your individuality and individual freedom in service of the collective, so that the society that maintains the rights that you have is
we live in a society
sustained, because there are no rights without an equivalent level of responsibility.
I've been talking a lot to the crowds that I've been talking to, not about rights, but about responsibility, right? Because you can't have the bloody what are you doing? You can't have the conversation about rights without the conversation about responsibility, because your rights are my responsibility. That's what they are, technically.
The obsessive worship of freedom it's kind of weird, it's a little fetishistic. If you think that a heroin addict is free, then you and I have different definitions of the word freedom, and that's why I'm not libertarian, because that doesn't make any fucking sense in my opinion. I think taxes are fine. I think that forcing people to educate their children is fine. And as a general rule of thumb, if you are for abolishing the federal government, not only are you, wasting your time, much like I am, just in life in general, it's a real big problem, actually. It also means you are advocating for open borders, and as a rule of thumb, if you advocate for open borders, you're a freak. Speaking of people who advocate for open borders, this is Yanis Varoufakis.
I'm an internationalist. I don't believe in borders. I think borders are a sign of failure of the human species.
Even though I just implied that he is a freak, because we're radically centrist here, we should pull the excellent points that this guy makes, because he makes some phenomenal points that everyone needs to internalize right now about the ideology of techno. We're skipping this one. Techno feudalism, also D tier. It's a great concept. The label's S tier, okay? But the way it plays out is D tier. Basically, techno-feudalism is the natural evolution of our economic system, where instead of, feudal lords owning land and renting it out to, vassals and all that, we have tech companies who own cloud capital and cloud infrastructure. And if you want to start a business, guess what? You're going to need to rent some Amazon Web Services or Shopify or whatever, and even they're built on, the big renting services. If you want to be remotely competitive, you have to plug into this technological infrastructure, and that entire infrastructure is just privately owned by a few feudal lords, techno oligarchs. And this is probably not good, and we should break up Amazon, and we should break up Google, and we should use government effectively so that we can have fair markets and not pretend that they're free just because Amazon and Microsoft owns all of the infrastructure that our entire modern civilization is built upon. It's kind of fucked. But if you think techno-feudalism's bad, wait till I tell you about my absolute goated ideology, transhumanism. We're going to call it C tier. Why? Because transhumanism it's sort of like Satanism, right? Where you believe that the human mind is the epitome of intelligence. Well, I guess it is technically, until we build AI God, which is not God, it'll be Satan. It'll be the worst of our impulses. We can't create God, right? Trust me, we can't. And it's sort of like the Tower of Babel, where, let's just mess with our genetics. Even though this shit's 7 billion years old, or 3 billion years old, we really don't know what DNA is. At the end of the day, we still don't understand the immune system. We thought eggs were bad for you 2 years ago. We thought, eating a shit ton of bread and pasta was fine for you 20 years ago. But we have the intellectual hubris to say, let's just start messing with the fundamental mechanisms that make up what it means to be human, because really the idea of human is just a category, and we should be transhuman. It's kind of arrogant, in my opinion. Now, I'm all for, advancing health and technology, and, we should use AI responsibly. Nobody loves AI more than I do. But the transhumanist shit is pretty bad. So even as I talk about it, I'm kind of freaking myself out. So we'll go D tier here. Next up is the black pill, aka nihilism. Absolutely also D tier. This is really just a hate list now at this point. Nihilism, it's something we all feel, as you might have picked up from reviewing some of these ideologies. But it's not very good, because it's not very useful. It doesn't achieve anything. It's actually incoherent, because to say that there's no such thing as meaning is like saying there's no such thing as hunger. It's like, well, hold on. Meaning is a physiological instinct. You know, we've all felt it in flow state. So just because you rationalize meaning away doesn't mean that it is not a real physiological instinct, because it is. If you're starving, you can come up with all these hypotheses about, well, in a million years, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's like, yeah, you're still fucking hungry. Or the reduction of needless suffering in and of itself is meaningful, especially when you're embedded in a community of people who are oriented towards the same high good. Next, we have what's called normal progressivism, symbolized by the torch of progress. Nobody loves progressives more than I do. Progressives are generally wired to be more open, more creative, more focused on inequality and injustice, which is good because there's a lot of that shit in society. And you want roughly half of your population wired up to be, you know, a little bit more progressive, because that's how you get good music and good culture and all the cool shit. But because we can't all be a bunch of hip artists and, you know, we actually have to keep the lights on and do actual, you know, work. The other A-tier ideology is normal conservatism. If you want a functional society, you're going to need a lot of people who are conservative, you know, the people who have done things the way that they've been done, who follow tradition, who keep the lights on. Conservatives are wired up to be a bit more appreciative of routine and stability, which are good. I like having stability in my society with a little bit of creativity too. And it's good to have people who are, you know, stewards of the basic common sense, moderate social conservatism, which is just
I love
normal
it because the conservatives are like,
call it. You know, things like
trying
family
to
values and hard
destabilize shit
work,
and
like
get rid of healthcare.
associated with conservatism, but it's just like, really? That's just normal conservative common sense beliefs. But conservatism alone is not very good at updating society to match the rapidly changing environment, and progressivism alone is not very good at you know, making sure that we don't just destroy the underpinnings of society. So that's why you need at S tier.
Conservatism is the one destroying the underpins.
Radical centrism. And I'm not going to explain it because everybody knows it's true. So, ladies and gentlemen, peace out. We'll see you on the flip. What is that even?
Hang on, I'm gonna write. Wait, is this just
okay? My
a worse version of drag?
Neoliberalism. B tier.
That guy was kind of cringe.
Our war of words is viewing.
I wasn't ready for switching to me. But, you know, that's what happens when the internet just decides, nah.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's bombed the last functioning hospital in the northern Gaza Strip, killing a child who asphyxiated from a lack of oxygen and leaving sick and wounded Palestinians on the street with nowhere to go for treatment.
We did it.
The assault on the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza City came during a weekend of relentless artillery and missile attacks that killed and injured scores of Palestinians. Overnight, an Israeli airstrike killed an entire family of 10 in Khan Yunis, including children as young as 3 years old. In Deir al-Balah, mourners gathered Sunday to honor 6 brothers killed when an Israeli strike hit their car. Their father, Zaki Abu Mahdi, said his sons were delivering food and water to Palestinians left hungry by Israel's total siege on Gaza, which is now in its 7th week.
After the war began, they
Well,
started
first of all,
volunteering to prepare
what you
meals
need to
for people in
understand
need.
about
They don't carry
transhumanism
weapons. They're not resistance
is that it's going
fighters.
to happen
They're
medically
civilians.
first.
The 10-year-old child was out helping his brothers just to
And
get
we've
something
been
to
there
eat
for a
under
minute, you know?
Why would
Like, Elon Musk's little cyber brain thing is just, like, he invested in a company that's advancing quadriplegic surgery. It's the same thing that Stephen Hawking used to talk. It's just multiplied by 10, you know? So it was already like a valid medical technology. He didn't invent anything. And the robot that the company he invested in and bought to get those brain chips that he advertises on the consumer market to get investors, but it is biotech. It's a medical technology. Like, the robot they made is pretty sick. It's a pretty cool thing. And that's what's going to happen. And that's kind of like when you see Ghost in the Shell in Deus Ex, most people are augmented because they had an injury or something. Very few people are like in the cyberpunk era where it's like just tattoos to them and they're just like body chopping and stuff. Like, that's what makes Major unique, is that like a full transplanted cyborg is like extremely rare in the universe. Most people just have a few, you know, performance enhancement things. And so those things are going to come. We already are integrated with technology we can't be separated, you know? Like, we could if an EMP went off and all the technology was destroyed, but humanity at this point cannot be separated from technology. We've already begun merging with technology, which is it's inevitable. It's inevitable that basically we all will become cyborgs. Probably, you know, and then soon we'll just be a fucking blob of consciousness in a Dyson sphere. I mean, I won't be around for that because, you know, it takes thousands of years to build a Dyson sphere. But, you know.
would you do this to them? What did they do wrong?
In Israel, over 1,600 former Israeli paratroopers, soldiers, and intelligence agents have signed a letter demanding a ceasefire deal that would see the release of all remaining hostages, even if that means an end to Israel's assault on Gaza.
She's hurting today.
The open letter reads, in part, quote, "We identify with the assertion that, at this time, the war serves mainly political and personal interests rather than security interests," unquote. Yemen's Houthis say overnight U.S. airstrikes killed at least 7 people, wounding 29 others. The continued U.S. attacks came after Israel's military set it down 2 ballistic missiles fired from Yemen that triggered air raid sirens across Israel. World leaders have condemned a Russian attack on the city of Sumy in northeastern Ukraine Sunday that killed 34 people and injured
you know what? Sumy.
117 others. 2 children were among the dead. Witnesses say a pair of ballistic missiles struck Sumy's city center as crowds were gathering to celebrate the Palm Sunday holiday.
When the explosion happened, my mother was in the kitchen cooking some food for lunch. Please have a look. A cupboard was right here. Now it lies here on the floor. It fell and its doors cut her head.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz accused Russia of serious war crimes. French President Emmanuel Macron said Russia showed blatant disregard for human lives and international law. President Donald Trump called the attack on Sumy terrible, but said he was, quote, told it was a mistake. In Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the attack showed Russia is not interested in negotiating a ceasefire.
Wars only end when war crimes are not forgotten and when the aggressor is met with enough pressure. This is not happening now. Last Friday marked 1 month since Russia rejected the American proposal of a full unconditional ceasefire. They feel no fear. And that's why there are missiles. That's why there are 100 combat drones each night.
On Friday, U.S. and Ukrainian officials met to discuss President Trump's proposal to secure mineral rights worth hundreds of billions of dollars in exchange for U.S. military aid. Reuters reports the latest draft includes a demand that the U.S. government's International Development Finance Corporation take control of a major pipeline used to send Russian natural gas to Europe. The Trump administration's terminating temporary protected status, known as TPS, for immigrants from Cameroon and Afghanistan living in the U.S. The move affects some 14,600 Afghans and around 7,900 Cameroonians who would be forced to leave the U.S. by May and June, respectively. The Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, California, said, quote, "These individuals have fled war, persecution, and instability, and in the case of many Afghans, risked their lives to support U.S. operations. This decision will separate families and force people into the shadows." An immigration judge ruled Friday abducted Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil can be deported for taking part in student protests against Israel's war on Gaza. The government's removal case against Khalil will continue in Louisiana.
Have you ever seen Asmongold trying to eat fruit?
And a federal court in New Jersey proceeds, challenging the Trump administration's claims it can remove people whose, quote, beliefs, statements, or associations, unquote, it deems counter to foreign policy interests. Protesters took to the streets of New York City Saturday.
I thought that our democracy is under threat, that we are supposed to live in a country where people have rights, where people have First Amendment rights, have the right to freedom of speech, have the right to protest, have the right to take the streets. And I thought that this is under attack. They can come for Mahmoud and they can come for any of us.
We'll have the latest on Mahmoud Khalil's case after headlines with one of his lawyers. Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports the State Department found no evidence linking Tufts University student Ramesa Ozturk to anti-Semitic activities or public statements in support of terrorism before masked agents in plain clothes abducted her on the street in Somerville, Massachusetts, March 25th. The Post reports a State Department memo determined Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not have sufficient...
Wait, list every fruit you've had.
You have to have apple. No way.
Name some fruits.
Grapes.
I had a grape.
Apples?
Apple.
Strawberries?
You've never had a fucking apple, dog?
Oranges?
No.
How do you not have scurvy?
What the fuck is that?
Wait, list every fruit you've had.
You have to have apple.
You know it smelled crazy in there.
Well, speaking of videos and injuries, I don't know if you remember, but I told you about the pineapple when we did that tier list a couple weeks ago. I brought you a can of it. I forgot until just now.
Let's crack this shit open, boys.
So is this like the one flavor he didn't get to try?
Yeah, of like popular fruits. Yeah, just eat one chunk.
100% pineapple juice.
Yep.
It makes you feel better. I only like fruit when it's in smoothie form.
You don't take a sip of that? Oh, yeah.
Do you guys like canned pineapple? I kind of like it like the same as fresh pineapple.
I slurp it down.
I don't think
We
I've
are
ever had
so
canned
back.
pineapple.
Oh.
And I don't want to try it.
Oh.
I will not immediately rush off stage to spit this out.
Cool.
Okay, that's big.
That's a compliment, by the way.
Okay,
Is that the first
but
fruit he's ever
what is
eaten?
it? A, B, C, D, S.
I would call it an S tier fruit for sure.
Probably a B. Like
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. I think
Is this the
pineapple
first woman he's ever spoken to?
She's part of the group he's in. She's in the same company.
Yeah.
The OTK, I think he's in. Right, chat?
Got the skin on.
There's literally an hour of him just trying fruit.
Texture of what?
It gives you like a nice little firm little bite. It's like a steak. Oh, come on, bro.
Can someone slap this guy? Just slap him.
It's so good.
It's not that bad.
You got this. Okay, just a couple more chews. You got it.
Oh my god, it's not Cheetos.
Oh, eating paper. Why do you want me to eat the skin? That shit is like paper.
Okay, well, eat a piece with the skin cut off.
No, I've had enough. I got the skin on it.
It's good. It adds extra texture.
Texture of what?
I don't know what he's eating there.
It's like a candy.
It's not like candy.
mango good. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good mango. That's a good fucking mango.
I don't like
There's no way
mangoes.
This shit is below a C tier. There is no way.
And people watch this?
It's like a candy.
It's not like candy.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Well, a little far.
Okay. Okay. It's definitely B tier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At least? Or...
No, it's definitely B tier. It is B tier.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, it's B tier. No, it's probably below those.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, that's still a banger. That's good shit. Hey, you know, that's what I'm saying.
That's, we got.
Bro, I'm proud of you, dude. This is huge. You're facing a fucking...
I'm proud of you. You ate a piece of mango.
They don't really make blueberry flavored things. Like it's blue
Oh
raspberry.
my god.
It's not a real fruit.
Punch him in the head.
Wait, what?
Oh my god, punch him in the head.
Okay, you're kidding.
No, I know, I did it.
Throw him through a window.
No, really?
No, they're not real.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
just a fake flavor.
No, that's bullshit.
By the feet.
Yeah, right. Like, there's no way.
Swing him around.
No way.
And throw him through a wall.
Why are you doing this?
They are not real.
Aren't they?
Throw him onto grass. Force him to touch grass.
Raspberry's real.
I'm losing IQ points.
Okay.
They don't really make blueberry flavored things. Like it's blue raspberry. It's not a real fruit.
Isn't it amazing?
It's actually in the middle of it. What if I get it and there's no seed in there?
Then I guess you're right.
I will give you $10,000.
All right, sounds good.
So you're gonna cut it. You're gonna feel the seed, and then you're gonna.
I'm
go
struggling.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it? Okay, cool.
That's kind of
I'm struggling.
Yeah, you should.
I'm trying so hard not to call him retarded, but it's hard.
Why is this green shit?
There you go. Yep.
Holy shit! It's right there.
This is what happens when you drop out in year 3. This is what homeschooling does. I have no idea if it was homeschooled.
I don't think that's his problem.
It's in the middle of the avocado. It's just sitting there. Look at that.
Oh my god! Yeah, a seed fruit has a seed? Oh my god! Do you know why they're called stone fruit?
I had the feel in my mouth, man. It's like eating paint. It's actually.
And I would know because I eat a lot of paint.
You should actually ingest a significant amount of paint. Please. Oh my god.
Influencer dies of malnutrition after promoting fruit-only diet. But like, there's literally like the entire fruit tier list. It's literally an hour long of him just trying fruit,
Wild.
and people just being like, "Whoa!" It's like it's experimenting on an alien.
Visa, contradicting public accusations made by the Trump administration. The 30-year-old doctoral student from Turkey remains jailed at a privately run ICE
The old man
detention
who
center in
ate
Louisiana.
paint thinking it was yogurt.
El Salvador's authoritarian president, Nayib Bukele, is visiting the White House today. On Sunday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said 10 more people were removed to El Salvador, claiming they were gang members. Nearly 300 people who were flown out of the U.S. since mid-March are now believed to be detained at the notorious Secat mega prison. Most of them are Venezuelan nationals, many of them sent there simply on the basis of having tattoos, despite experts asserting this is not a sign of membership in the Tren de Aragua gang. On Saturday, the State Department told the judge Kilma Abrego Garcia, a Maryland father who was abducted to Secat prison, as an administrative error. is alive and still detained in El Salvador. A judge last week ordered the Trump administration to return him home to Maryland. We'll have more on his story with the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Maria Hinojosa, who attempted to get into Secot when she was just in El Salvador. In more immigration news, a judge ruled ICE can carry out raids on places of worship siding with the Trump administration. Over 24 faith groups sought to block the policy, which they say violates the right of individuals to practice their religion. The Trump administration's exempted smartphones, computers, semiconductors, and other electronics from its sweeping 145% tariffs on Chinese goods. The exemption came amidst backlash over reports that Trump's trade war could increase the cost of Apple's latest iPhone by as much as $675. A new survey by University of Michigan researchers finds U.S. consumer confidence has
I love this.
to its second lowest
Suddenly people are turning on Trump's tariffs policy because things will cost more.
Oh, who saw that coming?
to profit from stock market volatility set off by Trump's
Oh,
on-again, off-again
buddy, I saw somebody, an American, was like, we should contact China to get some clean water.
billions of dollars from market swings.
And I was sitting here dying because I'm like, clean water? Are you talking about Flint? And we went over Flint the other week. That it's like basically fixed at this point. Like, is there any other like water issues in America?
Entirely appropriate to have an investigation
to
make sure that Donald Trump's family,
like,
Donald Trump's inner circle,
as politically messageable as Flint.
Yeah.
And remember, Flint was not caused by the government, it was caused by the fucking privateering of commodities and stuff. What do you call it? When you privatize water and shit? What's that called? Libertarianism?
Sure. ANCAP? Who will build the roads? The corporation.
It's a specific thing. When you fucking control, when you have privating of the instead of state-controlled internet utilities and stuff, private utilities. That's it.
Today, which reports cuts would also
so that's what caused Flint. So you could use Flint to criticize that, but the government immediately acted on it.
Yeah.
Like immediately. Like if anything, you look at Flint on how well the government did something, and it still took years.
Yep.
Because it's like the company contaminated the entire pipe structure. And they took the risk knowing it could happen. Think about that. A company decided to save a few dollars knowing they would put an entire fucking city at risk.
And whose agents are rounding up
instead of doing it right.
Off the streets, putting them in
it's crazy.
Vans and throwing them
money
in detention centers.
You know, shortcuts to save money. What country does that sound like?
Dictatorships, not democracies. And we're going to stop that outrageous action on the part of the president.
Shortcuts to save money. What country does that sound like?
Every country?
China? Like specifically China.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you're literally criticizing shit. See, that's the thing. With China, the government does it. It's not caused by the privatization.
Access to healthcare and to oppose Trump's authoritarianism. Ecuadorian President Daniel
no private company drowned people with a bad subway system.
According to preliminary results, but his leftist rival Luis Gonzalez is challenging the official results, which show Noboa with a lead of nearly 12 points.
One of the exit polls gave us victory. None showed a difference like the one we are seeing at the Electoral Council. None. Therefore, I report before my people, before the media, before
Ecuador.
That Ecuador is experiencing a dictatorship. We are facing the worst and most grotesque.
Dude, Latin American politics is so interesting right now. I wish Ace was here.
It is.
Noboa is a businessman and heir to a banana industry fortune who's made.
How come nobody voted in poll?
Main priority. he's been condemned for skirting legal norms in the process.
How could you have done this?
Declaring a state of internal armed conflict to more easily deploy the military. He declared another state of emergency on the eve of Sunday's election, barring protests and other gatherings and authorizing warrantless searches.
Did it unpin too,
In
even though I
Gabon,
selected
Bryce
it? So
It might have.
literally remember
has won
selecting
an
it.
8-way race for the
To be
presidency
pinned.
by a landslide after an election on Saturday. Nguema led the 2023 military coup that deposed longtime authoritarian President Ali Bongo, whose family ruled Gabon for over half a century. Gabon is rich in oil, but has one of Africa's highest rates of inequality, with over half of rural voters living in poverty. Back in the United States, Pennsylvania authorities have arrested and charged a man suspected of setting fire to Governor Josh Shapiro's
There,
home
now I actually
while he and his
closed it,
family were asleep
so it
inside
must be
on Sunday
saved.
morning. Shapiro and his family were safely evacuated. Governor Shapiro spoke following the incident.
Oh, is this caused by him being called a Nazi? I heard that violence against government officials is because you call them fascist. And then program people.
Yeah.
in our society.
Well, maybe you should stop being a
Suspect
fascist.
said he'd been planning to beat Shapiro
Well,
with a hammer if he
Shapiro is
encountered
not a
him. Authorities
fascist.
said they
He's.
found a
Oh,
I
is
mean,
this
he
not the teen
supports-
guy?
The threat is drawing comparisons to the 2022
Huh?
Shapiro's a Democrat, isn't he?
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, he was going to be Kamala's. he
Yeah, I
the
was gonna say.
leading guy to be the running mate.
Wait, so why'd they attack him?
Carolina firing squad shot and killed
'Cause he's a
a
Jew?
prisoner on Friday.
Well, they just arrested the guy. He definitely looked a little crazy. We'll dive into it more because there's also the kid who tried to kill Trump.
Yeah, okay. See, I thought that was that story. I
So
didn't realize
we'll
I
dive
thought
into it a
Shapiro
little
was
bit
just
more
talking
when
on
we
it.
get in that
Yeah,
if we
okay.
have time.
5 weeks, and over 1,000 people rallied in Cambridge, Massachusetts to demand Harvard resist the Trump administration's threats of withholding $9 billion in federal funding. Trump warned he would take the money away unless the university eliminates DEI programming and suppresses pro-Palestinian voices. Harvard professors sued the Trump administration last week over the threat. This is a Harvard senior from Sweden at Saturday's protest.
I have talked to so many friends who are scared of just showing up today because we have seen our friends get their visas revoked, get detained, and potentially deported. So the self-silencing that is happening right now is really, really scary, and that is what we have to stand up against. I think that there's no more dangerous response to authoritarianism than
And I want to see what this video is.
Persons, you can look at me.
No, it's just interesting that I thought this was a trans debate. That's what I thought. I think you're the one that said that I was erasing you as trans. I am. Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual.
I'm gonna stop you. Jamie, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like talking? You don't have to.
Oh my God, tough me. I'm a conservative.
Which is illegal in Canada, just saying. But
okay.
Do you think that was like cute?
She posted this.
Was that a moment for you?
Our Prime Minister will happily make
Wow,
transphobic jokes.
that's
I really
impressive
don't
that
care
she
about
posted
jokes,
this. I mean,
and
look.
because I'm a normal person, I care more about women's safety.
Do you know about that?
Can you
The person with the taser? Do you know about that person?
My God, someone get a Xanax for her.
Do you know about that person?
What?
It's a crazy story. The person that
What
was
did
with the
you say?
taser. Do you know about that story? Like the person that she was talking to?
Blair White?
Yeah, the person that Blair White was talking to. The person with the taser. The
I
second
didn't see
one.
a taser.
You didn't hear and see the taser? And they were like, it's illegal in Canada?
Oh.
That person.
The-
Do you know about that story? It's a fucking crazy story.
No.
They're like, literally apparently one of those like, trans, like sort of trans people that maybe might not be, that like goes to massage parlors apparently, right? And like, charged for it in Canada and that kind of shit, right? Super weird fucking story, super weird person. I don't think what Blair did is a good thing. I don't think not telling people about what this person was doing was also not a bad thing. It's like, but she's a bad person, and therefore makes it bad, and then launched a harassment campaign and all of this shit. It was like, back in the day when I was still watching that side of everything. It is very interesting story. I'm gonna try and hold on.
Sounds like it's a bunch of disinfo story.
Well, yeah,
to
that's
make
why
that
I'm-
person
well, this
look
is what I'm
bad,
gonna
which
look
is
up,
like
right?
them
Hold on.
selectively selecting one weirdo. Like, congratulations, you found a weirdo in America.
It was Canada. Hold on. Can't remember the person's name. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up because I'm actually curious. Because it was something that I was watching back then. I bring it up and I'm like, I want to actually double check, and actually go through and find out whether it was actually the facts or not. So give me a minute. So play that and I'll have a look.
Sounds like a dumb story that was elevated because the person was trans.
Or the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
There was nothing to play. It was over.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Put on that.
I don't know if my internet
Put
is
on
going to
that.
cut out. That's all.
Well, it's okay. Put on that Asmongold video, and if you cut out, we'll just resume it when you get back.
Yeah.
Because it was genuinely breaking me.
Need to find it. Which one was it?
It's like the first thing I sent you. Do I need to resend? Because
I
it
don't think so.
refreshed? Here you go.
No, I got it.
CNN, I know. Investigates the rise of extremism in the United States. Oh, good.
Blatro. That's the Blatro sound.
Trump is your president! Prisoner! Please do not try and come across the
Who's playing Blatro? They got the multiplier.
This is your enemy list.
This is the deep state target list. Just a portion of it.
Who's target number one?
There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles and sort of mainstream
You see
media
it?
pushes and
Hang
what
on.
American
Pause.
people feel.
Pause. You see, already in the sting, they show a guy who's like framing it like he wears a hit list around, and then it immediately cuts to Luigi on the American flag and shows people celebrating Luigi. It is clearly showing both sides of the spectrum with extremism right there in the fucking intro to the package. So I'm sure this very observant male here, who is so observant and understands culture and why games are woke and all that stuff, I'm sure he'll realize that it's definitely looking at both sides like they're fucking crazy.
This is like McDonald's making a show about why are people so fat? Why is everybody so fat and unhealthy now?
Okay, so
How the hell
you're
did this
saying
happen?
CNN is the reason why extremism exists? I guarantee you, most of these people do not watch the news and get their news from social media. CNN does not make people into extremists. It's fucking CNN. It sells them
no.
products.
Exactly. It's just a driver for ads. So this is a fucking wild Wikipedia to read through.
You are or are not on the deep state target list, because I haven't consumed all.
Who's got the Blatro multiplier?
To determine what your status should be.
But we've been hanging out
as we ruin you.
Oh. If you what?
Oh.
What's your documentary about? Oklahoma City, or is it about Waco?
Well, it's about extremism in America.
I love how there's the implication that these different terrorist acts are being carried out by these people. Like there's any link at all between like the psychotic Waco cults
Bro!
and like fucking Trump supporters.
It's literally the
It's
intro
crazy.
package. And you're drawing these conclusions. Like, yes, the conspiracy theorist extremists care a lot about Waco. They are obsessed with Waco. Actually, I think on that guy's wrist, it looks like a Statue of Liberty and the Oklahoma City building behind it. I could be wrong, but I'm just taking a stab in the dark. And just like, you know, his eye there, stabbed in the dark. Because he's got one eye.
Messaging here is unbelievable.
Jack? He's got one eye.
I know, I saw that. I noticed that.
So I said I was taking a stab in the dark, like his eye. That's been stabbed in the dark.
Stop.
So you could make
and then you have the implication, in order to create the parody of violence between a person who's willfully engaging in physical combat in a safe space in a ring with somebody else.
Bro,
who's
it's
consented,
literally the
and this is,
intro.
I'm sure, going to be juxtaposed next to like people destroying Teslas and destroying property in order to show that, wow, look at this dangerous right-wing person. Like, 'cause I have to watch more of these, because somebody needs to get the information out there with how absolutely fucking deceptive this is. I love lying to people. I love misleading them. I love tricking them. This is something I used to do all the time. And I do so much. And so I see this happen, and I'm like, oh, I know what you're doing here. I know what you're doing here. I see where this is going. Yes, and wow, I did this all the time.
It sounds like
yes,
projection
so that's the thing. You still do.
to me, bruh.
I never lie. No, of course not. And so I can recognize a lot of this, and I think a lot of other people don't.
Uh-huh.
So you could make gun and the suppressor in a day.
He's an expert.
That's true.
I just don't like to told you're not allowed to talk to this person. Like, why can't I talk to him?
There's a growing number of folks.
I'm pretty sure
maximum punishment.
I think most people feel
the Firearms Blog TV,
and
James
I love how
Reeves,
also
I'm
there's, like,
pretty
a
sure he
juxtaposition
did a
of, like-
video with Print, Shoot, Repeat where they literally made the Luigi gun.
That's fucking awesome. I love that. That's great.
Luigi, as if he's even talking about Luigi. It's probably not even about him.
like violence is justified in certain instances. They're dangerous individuals.
It literally immediately
The
cuts
only
to a
people
free
who are
Luigi
supporters of
sign.
Luigi are mentally ill women who are attracted to him. Nobody else is a supporter of Luigi.
Wrong.
Yeah, you're so wrong.
Like, objectively wrong.
Like, that is one of the most out-of-touch statements I've ever heard him say.
They want somebody to take on the system.
Right. Misinfo Nation Extreme America. Misinfo Nation. This is made by CNN.
Yep.
I can't.
Honestly, great title.
Yeah.
Great title.
It's
Wait
an
to watch this.
But here's the thing.
whole story.
It's an investigative piece.
Uh-huh.
The only type of journalism that you might be able to see on cable
CNN.
branded news, you know? Because when it's an investigative piece, they're at least doing work to build a story instead of just being like, stumbling through it, you know, like how MSNBC be.
Yes.
I'm sure we're gonna get the whole story. There's an excerpt of the doc. Ooh.
The January 6th.
Of course. Of course. Back to the original sin. Yep, there we go. Something new and different.
Insurrectionists betrayed our country. Traitors! Traitors! Cowards! Traitors!
You notice how it opens with the left-wing person looking crazy?
Yeah.
There we go.
Look at his face.
What
He's
did you
loving
report?
it. He's literally ticking out. Like, look at his face. Like, he can't help himself. It's like a dog, like, tilting his head when you ask it if you want to go for a walk.
Oh my god, you're right.
Ah, there we go. With the Capitol in the background.
What the fuck is happening? What is that? That's so weird.
His brainwaves were activating.
Oh my god. What did you report on Twitch?
Oh, a bot comment.
Okay, because it said that they actioned it.
Yeah, because I started also not just blocking, but reporting. And they're like, please give us details of this report. And I just write, just fucking look at it. Like,
Yeah,
why is
control the
this,
bot.
why do you not have something in specifically to ban this key phrase? And I'm pretty sure we can do something to flag it. I just don't know how.
I think it's like, you can put words like new viewers or whatever.
Yeah,
that is,
I just
whatever
don't know
the
how.
words that they use. You got to put in like specific terms. I think.
And unmasking, impeachment hoax,
Damn.
2020 election.
People losing their fucking
so
minds.
This is your enemy list.
This is the deep state target list. Just a portion of it. Some of the high value targets, if you will.
What is this here? Biden laptop, January 6th, 2020 election, retribution tour. Oh, Mike Pence is on the list.
COVID-19 pandemic.
Who's target number one?
Love it.
I'd probably say Nancy Pelosi.
All right.
Yep.
Ivan Raiklin is a far-right extremist.
Of course.
Literally self-identified. Like
So who do you think
Asmongold.
is responsible for the attack
They
on the
went
Capitol?
out and they found people who identify
I'm the one.
as extremists. You dumb fuck.
A memo from an individual named Ivan Raiklin.
Oh my God. It's all going back to January 6th. Am I the only person that, like, can't we move past this? Everybody knows January 6th was bad. Anybody
Bro,
who thinks January 6th wasn't
he's
bad,
an extremist. He can't move on.
Right?
He has a fucking shirt dedicated to it, Asmongold. Like, it's like, why are we talking about January 6th? Can't we focus on something else? Because that's what the extremists care about, you dumb fuck!
Thing every single time. 4 years ago. Holy
Jesus
fuck, man.
fuck, bro.
Republicans fully support January 6th? No, they don't. How many of you guys voted for Trump and you thought January 6th was stupid?
But if it did work out, you would have loved it, though.
Yeah. This
right?
Is, this total false narrative.
Of course he would have.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? It's their 9/11?
Entitled Operation Pence Card, that called on the vice president to refuse the electoral college votes from certain states that had certified.
Certified caveman, bro.
What's wrong with this person saying this? There's nothing wrong with him saying this. This is just some schizo on Twitter that wants the election to get overturned. Oh, we're really going to act like this is some kind of, like, grand threat? It's just some schizo on Twitter.
And you're some
vice president to
schizo on
refuse the
fucking
electoral
YouTube.
college
What are
votes
you talking
from certain
about?
states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner.
So my legal strategy forced Nancy Pelosi to conduct a deliberate breach and facilitate the deliberate, incited entrapment of January 6th. That is why I'm responsible. Exposing the Nancy Pelosi Fed insurrection of January 6th.
He promotes the conspiracy theory that January 6th was a setup.
Some people call it a entrapment.
Well, isn't it defined that they intentionally didn't have extra people there, even though they wanted to have extra people there? And isn't it also
I
defined
wonder
that
who
there
was
were
in
federal
charge
agents in the crowd?
of
like, I thought both of these things were like
the
agreed
National
upon
Guard,
facts.
Asman.
And also, that doesn't make January 6th okay. That's the problem. Is like, and this is the issue, is that, like, people like this can never have an honest conversation because they're too focused on scoring points for their side and not in engaging in a degree of, like, rational discourse.
Bro,
Like, for example, just
it's
because there aren't a lot
about
of police there doesn't mean
extremism.
it's okay to break into the
What do
building.
you
Just
mean
because there's a
rational
federal agent in the
discourse?
crowd doesn't mean that it's not your fault when you decide to break a window because the federal agent tells you to. But these things are like, why can't people just look at reality?
I'm a
I
federal
don't understand
agent.
this. I don't get it. at all.
Asman, why do you think they can't look at reality? Bro literally has been wearing the same shirt. He imagine the smell. He probably smells like you.
For those he believes have wronged President
He has
Trump,
one shirt that he's always wearing. That is an insane person, aka you.
American people.
Jim Clapper, right? Mike Hayden, Brian Kemp, Brad Raffensperger. The list goes on and on.
I prefer the term retribution.
Liz Cheney, we're coming for you. Adam Kinzinger, we're coming for you.
You mentioned Pelosi.
I love how, like, they create this parody between, like, this guy and, like, for example, the people that are burning down Teslas, because, like, this guy is just swimming and, like, running around and talking, And then, like, the people that are at, like, there's never been a single clip of him being violent, destroying anything, breaking the law, or even being physically aggressive towards anyone.
Wow.
It's just simply him talking and
almost like he's a
saying, in my
movement
opinion,
leader.
kind of
There's
crazy
also
stuff,
no
for sure.
videos
But,
of
you know, he's not really doing
fucking
anything wrong. But because you're playing this, like,
Eugene
scary
from
music behind
PSL
it, this is
committing a
supposed to be
crime. I
comparable
can't
to
believe
people
it.
that are, you know,
You know who I
supporting a
would
murderer
probably
with
trust
Luigi,
more than
which is,
Eugene?
again, I think, kind of
Probably
just like a
this guy. You know why? Because I know this guy, he's delusional, which means he's not lying, right? There's a factor there where if they genuinely believe what they're saying, I tolerate them more than like a malicious genocide denier.
Yeah, exactly.
Movement. It's not really worth taking seriously. But
Like,
the people
this
that are
guy's the
destroying Teslas,
victim.
I think, is very legitimate. I think
Eugene
it's very
creates
problematic.
victims.
Is he wrong, though? I mean, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's saying. Sure, he can say whatever he wants. I don't agree with all of it, but I mean, he can say whatever he thinks.
Good, you're not a political extremist. Thank you.
I mean, it's a simple statute. This is treason. This is new. Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to see at the end of the due process, lawful capital punishment.
Will you be disappointed if in 12 months from now somebody hasn't been executed for treason?
I think the nation will be furious.
He says even I could be a target.
Yeah, so that's a pretty big fucking difference. Like, this is, and this is, again, this is the false equivalency that these people create, is that this person is advocating for an extreme judicial process, whereas other people are terrorism.
Bro?
That's a very big difference. He's
advocating for fucking lynch moms. An extreme judicial process? Yeah, Robespierre. He was just an extreme... He wasn't violent. It was an extreme judicial process. The Taliban? Extreme judicial process. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah, exactly. They're not violent. Don't be rude. He's just a non-violent appreciator.
saying that he wants people that he thinks committed treason to be tried for treason. Other people just want to kill you. That's the difference. It's a big fucking, massive fucking difference.
I'm not sure yet if you are or are not on the deep state target list because I haven't consumed all of the information that you've put forth to determine what your status should be.
But we've been hanging out
As we ruin you.
Yeah.
As you what?
Just like you ruined us. An eye for an eye.
That reminds me, Jack.
As a Christian man.
We have a problem with Jewish supremacy.
I couldn't
What a psycho.
obviously show this to you because it contains spoilers, but real quick, check this out. This is stats from BioWare on everyone's choices in Mass Effect.
Okay, zoom it in.
What was Shepard's first name? 77% picked a unique name. 65% imported. How did you end Mass Effect 3? Destroy all synthetic life is the most popular. What did you do? Control? Okay.
Yes.
And then it's the breakdowns of even the difficulty.
Interesting.
It's
Really,
funny.
anyone
Yeah,
did
because like, why
hardcore?
would
Look
you
at
do
me
hardcore?
doing the unexpected
Like, if
shit.
you're gonna go hardcore, go
'Cause
insanity.
I didn't play Mass
You know?
Effect. Well, I hadn't played Mass Effect before, and I didn't want to go veteran.
Yeah.
So I chose
well,
hardcore.
They probably. Well, they got rid of veteran in this one. Oh, they added narrative, right? So casual is the new normal. So that's the thing. So normal was made veteran. So veteran was probably the appropriate. So 69% saves the council. If the council dies, if the council
saved the
dies, they
council
still put
out
in
of
an
spite.
alien council.
Interesting.
97% recruited Diana.
A human.
15% of players didn't recruit Garrus. Rex kills Fist in 82%. 85% chose Udina, and then this is the squad mate breakdown. And they're not all here. Oh, this is just loyalty in Mass Effect 2.
90%. How many loyalty missions were done?
Because there is more. Ah. This is so lame.
No, Stacey, it's for the open.
%68% male, 52% Earthborn, 40% soldier. Engineer, the least played class.
Govern me harder, Daddy.
Did Rex survive on Vermeer? 94% yes. Wow, 60% rescued Ashley. 92% saved Arachni Queen.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Okay. Squad weights most likely to survive the suicide mission. 96% cured the genophage. 96% pardoned Tali. Most popular squad mates in the first game. Caden is number 6, but that's valid because Caden is not actually good. He's good if you need him to fill a specific role. Like if you pick soldier, right? Then
Ashley.
You can pick him for the support abilities he has.
Yeah. Yes, like the
well,
biotics,
he's got overload as well. That's the thing is he has all the abilities, but his damage is insanely low. And like even Liara also gets overload because they had to give her shields to buff her shields, or else she would be too squishy. So she ends up being tanky as hell because she has that shield upgrade.
Yes.
Priority Rannoch, 80% chose peace. 68% punched the journalist. 100% of players who spent way too long looking for the last keeper, which they swear they scanned anyway. How did I miss that?
That's funny.
There's one for multiplayer too. Anyway. There's other graphs and stuff, but that's you know, we don't need to do that all day.
Supremacy, we have a problem with a Jew.
Here we go. Here is again, it's again the implications, right? All of the implications, as in, and by the way, a lot of people hate CNN. Like a tremendous amount of people hate CNN. And it's like now you have a guy, let's take a look. How many people are watching this? Like, well, I can't even really tell because it's like super low quality. It says restreaming now, maybe 17K people have watched this. Oh my God.
Push occupation in our government.
Technology has transformed extremism in America.
It's your body, my choice.
A fire hose of hate is served to millions of us every day.
They are reviewing a purported manifesto.
Mass shooters publish manifestos online.
An absolute racist hate crime.
This is God's country!
Election deniers stream.
Again, it's January 6th again. And you'll notice this, that every single clip of like this right-wing violence, every single one of them is going to go right back to January 6th. And the big reason why is because when like one of these like mass shooters goes out and they like kill a bunch of people and it's turned out that they're a Nazi, nobody that's like conservative or right wing goes and makes excuses for them and says, well, you know, you have to look at like what his, you know, socioeconomic status was. Well, you have to see, you know, he was treated this way in school. They're like making excuses. Yeah, they do. Well, I mean, of course, there's a handful of people that do. Of course, you're right about that. But those people are radical extremists and they don't represent anybody else. And they are the very fringe minority, and most everybody else pushes away from them. That's the difference.
live as they attack the U.S. Capitol.
The problem isn't, and this might sound odd, is that the problem isn't the violence itself. It's the culture that enables and justifies it. That's really the problem. Because like I look at it as like, you know, it's the difference between are you against the cookie or the cookie factory? Well, if you want to get rid of cookies, you don't get mad at cookies, you get mad at the factory that's making the cookies, right? It's the factory that's doing this. And so the culture that enables this and justifies it and tries to run defense for it,
I'm looking at the
ones that are really
multiplayer
wrong.
stats.
Trump seems
Most
to enable
popular
this
gun is the Cerberus
I've never seen Trump
Harrier,
say that it's okay to...
followed by the Acolyte and the Hurricane. Because that's the thing, is the Hurricane is just the perfect submachine gun. And the Acolyte is just like such a great caster gun. But the Harrier is just fucking broken.
Yeah.
To be violent
good
towards
gun.
like somebody, and Trump is like multiple times like what are you talking about? When has he said that? Trump denounced it immediately? Yeah, he said to stop and to go home immediately on that day.
The fringe is going mainstream.
And Trump is here to take down those satanic cabals, pedophiles. You know this already.
With a cute military army.
Some believe we are on the brink of a totalitarian state.
Who actually runs the government?
Some believe our government is totally controlled by corporations
or
a cabal.
My meds are kicking in. Now my tummy hurt.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that believe that.
It give me the farts.
That's true.
And some see themselves as crusaders in a fight for good versus evil.
Let's be the American people spreading the word of God.
So I've set out on a journey across the country to meet the Americans waging this battle.
This is basically a Mangione gun.
To find out if we really are getting more extreme.
Hey, you got the right idea.
Or is the extreme just getting louder?
We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing...
It's again, bro, like they cannot let this shit go. They keep talking about the same exact thing.
It's
Why
not
should we?
CNN, Asman.
Because it's
not
already
CNN.
over. It's over.
It's
It's
literally
already
Trump.
happened. Most
Trump is
reasonable
literally
people agree that
talking.
it's
He's like,
wrong.
can you believe they're still talking about these same things?
He hasn't stopped, has he, Trump? Like, it's all throughout his rhetoric.
Isn't this video fucking amazing?
He really is beyond stupid.
That's it. Like, it's done.
It's insane to me that he has 3.5 million subscribers.
People are stupid.
How? Like, you have to have serious brain damage to sit here and listen to this guy and be like, yeah, I'm going to subscribe to him. I'm going to watch his content regularly. This is a guy I want to listen to. You got issues.
Like, for how long are you going to keep bringing up an event that lasted for a handful of hours? What is this? Like, I mean, people are so fatigued from hearing about the same event being used to compare to 50 other things that are bad. We never reconciled with it. A lot of people do not think it's wrong. We still talk about 9/11 in Oklahoma City, If somebody is using 9/11 as a reason to justify extremism and military action in the Middle East at this point, they would be considered a retard. Like, people are way past that. They are. And here's the reason why they keep fixating on January 6th. It's because they use January 6th as a comparison point for every other form of political violence. That's the reason why. It's the only point of it's the only really strong point that they have. So everything is referenced back to that.
You're gonna love. Oh, you're gonna be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
Release those prisoners!
DC Gulag, let our people go!
From the comfort of the sidewalk and the park.
Very cool.
Please
I
do
love
not
how
try and
there's
come across the
the
street.
DC
It's an
gulag.
operation.
Meanwhile, they're advocating to throw people in an actual gulag.
Yeah, very cool.
Look at
Well,
that,
they
trying
deserve
to
it.
Follow the law. What a surprise.
The terrorists don't.
In Washington, D.C. And we're outside the D.C. jail where people have been gathering for almost...
See, am I the only person that, like, whenever I see people that are, like, crazy and they're not doing anything wrong, like, I don't really see that as a problem. But whenever I see people that are crazy that are doing things wrong, that's the problem. And I feel like this is, like, such a deliberate misrepresentation.
3 years to campaign for the release of January 6 convicts.
And for the news who wants to know, is it going to be the violent ones? It's going to be all of them, folks.
I have faith in my heart, brother, that all of you are going to be
It
getting those
was.
calls from your attorney real soon.
What do you
Sherry
mean?
Hefner is one
It
of those
wasn't.
campaigners. She takes calls nightly from imprisoned January 6ers.
Oh my
What I
god.
can tell you guys is this. We are dressed. We have our bags packed. We are ready to go.
Oh my god.
At the same time, I was receiving
Why
a
are
call.
there so many American flags? It's crazy how the American flags have been used. Like, you can tell if it's a left-wing or right-wing protest, because if it's a right-wing protest, you have American flags. If it's a left-wing protest, you have a bunch of, like, identity flags and flags from other countries.
From inside the jail.
It's crazy.
Hello, this is a call from
What are the odds?
Powell.
Are we rolling?
Washington, D.C. Central Detention Facility.
Rachel Powell is serving time for attacking the Capitol with a pickaxe on January 6.
Yep.
This is Donnie. How are you?
I don't know because I'm still in here, but I was told that with him signing the pardons today that I should be out tonight, but I'm still sitting here, and so I'm nervous.
But not everyone here is excited for the prisoner's release.
Did you ever think we'd be in a place where just hours from now...
I did not think they would get out, ever.
J6ers are going to walk out of here
Absolutely
free?
not. No, I could not. I would have told you, you're an idiot. That's never happening. But here we are.
Bree Chapman is one of the few signs of the resistance here in Washington on this inauguration.
I find this to be very funny because I don't think CNN realizes this. Actually, that's not true. CNN absolutely realizes this. There's smart people that work at CNN. This is probably going to be this is going to create more extremism than anything else really will.
This
because like this
story is going to create more extremism than Elon throwing his heart out to the crowd. You're right, Asmongold.
Etc. Right?
That certainly hasn't caused a lot of people throwing their hearts out. Literally, and like getting fired from their jobs because they think it's okay to fucking Nazi salute now. But this thing, CNN, this story let's go see how many views this story has real quick. That's going to cause more extremism, according to dipshit McGee here.
Unspeakable to discuss.
His video,
like you can't discuss these
video has 700K. The CNN one is 175. So, amazing. Your fault if this causes extremism. You're the one who brought views. You almost made this up to 1 million on your own.
Amazing.
And that's just the fucking rewatch of the it's not even the people who are watching his stream to begin with.
It's double standards. And that's the big issue.
Go fuck yourself!
It's gaslighting. It's massive gaslighting.
I don't need your trophy.
Stop enabling.
Yes, they're gaslighting.
Okay do this.
They're gaslighting. You're for sure, bro.
And so I can
you nailed it.
Real threats. Who are the left-wing equivalent of McVeigh, Dylan Roof, Anders Breivik, or the 8chan guy in New Zealand? Well, the difference is that. So here's the problem. Is that the difference is that all right-wing people can come together and condemn any of those people that you mentioned, but left-wing people can't come together and condemn the just unrepentant, regular...
Name a left-wing person who has committed a massacre.
Teslas and people that are supporters of Tesla or Elon Musk.
You
or
can
Donald
name
Trump.
a guy who killed an insurance
CEO. That's the big difference.
An actual massacre?
Yeah. It hasn't happened since, like... Red Faction Army existed.
Yeah, a long time.
And then even then it like you might have like some environmentalist bombing plot or something, but to act like there's a left-wing equivalent of those people.
It is kind of crazy.
And like,
it's
yes,
like,
you're right. Asmon, you're kind of figuring out what the story is about. You're saying that everyone in the right wing can get together and condemn Anders Breivik? Wow, it's almost like he's an extremist. Not a typical Trump supporter. They have spent this whole story making sure that they're like, these people are like the most extreme in this specific movement that we're watching. Like, and even then, the guy's not even a criminal who they're covering. He's just a fucking crazy guy.
Yes.
Probably racist.
Probably.
I agree with you. Yeah, there are bad actors on both sides. For sure, there's bad actors on both sides.
Yes, there's
But
bad
what
actors
the
on both
difference is
sides.
that
We're
there's
comparing
only
them to
one side
Anders
that's
Breivik
constantly
here.
playing mental
A guy who
gymnastics to pretend that they're not bad
massacred
actors.
children.
And I think this is a great example of it, is that this person is the resistance.
Like, went to a
It's the framing of
campground
it.
and massacred children.
Nice.
And we're saying there's
She's been
bad people on
protesting
both
a freedom
sides.
corner for years.
That's what they're going with, yeah.
Are you saying that you're on his side?
I got very personal.
Are you
There
now
are
not different from the
protesters for MAGA
extremist,
that just-
Asmongold? Which one is it? Is it on your side or not? Are they separate from you or not? Because you just included yourself with fucking Anders Breivik. Because you can't even think before you speak. You fucking dildo.
You know, say like Trump or generic stuff, but I have spent, I think, going on 3 years focusing on these people.
In 2022, she destroyed a memorial for Ashley Babbitt.
What
Who
an
was killed
asshole. Like, that shit ain't cool.
This is insane. Who does
You know,
this?
Asmon, are you asking who destroys memorials for dead
and this
people?
Is the person who's part
Because
of the
I got news
resistance
for you.
who's kicking over flowers at a
I got a
dead
lot of
person's
news
memorial?
for you. Because there's
is
a
the
lot of
resistance?
events where someone will die on the street and people will lay down flowers and candles
I'm
in that spot. And the one time it happens for Ashley Babbitt and some lady stomps on it.
Creating extremism.
This is all
January 6th
CNN's
for
fault.
entering the Capitol.
Mama Mickey, we love you, honey.
Ashley's mother, Mickey, founded the nightly vigil outside the jail.
Where you at, Mickey?
This is when I had
Who
to
does
stop
that?
it and be like, I need Jack here.
And again,
I can't react to this by
the
myself.
problem with this is that she is being framed as the reasonable person, and the other people
No,
around
she's
her are
not!
being framed as the extremists.
Bro, it's literally
I'm
called
sorry.
extremism
Show me a
in the
video of
U.S.
you
Not
stomping on the
right-wing extremism, not left-wing extremism. They're literally showing that she's a fucking psychopath who stomps memorial flowers for dead people. What do you mean? They've shown her to be the worst out of all of them. The other guy just shot a fucking gun and said, take that, libs, or something. Jesus fuck, bro.
Hours of a memorial to, and then shit talking the parent of the person who got killed. This is sick.
Yes, wow, it's almost like you're getting the
It's so
correct
weird.
reaction that they intended you to get from this person. And he's like, I can't believe they're framing her like she's the good guy. Because they called her a member of the resistance, which is what their group is fucking called.
Who does this?
Extremists.
To make their life hell.
It's not to make their life hell. They're making our life hell, and they're dangerous individuals. Here he comes.
Who are these guys?
This is Oreo Express. He was actually at the Capitol on January 6th.
He's the one that
And this is
threw
his
the flowers away on the Capitol.
Ashley Babbitt. I actually stomped on a memorial. Anyway, this is
Trump. Who is this? Like, I feel like, for example, if somebody had gone and like fucked up a George Floyd memorial,
they
did. Reasonable people could say that's kind of fucked up. You shouldn't do that.
They did.
That's not being a resistance. It's just being a fucking asshole.
Oh my god.
Is your president! Trump is your president! J6ers are being part! J6ers are being part!
All of these people are fucking insufferable. You know what I would do? I would leave. Bye. You're all cunts. See you later. Enjoy being fuckwits alone.
Yeah!
There are two groups of people in this world that are the cause of all of our problems.
It's these two groups. Is he getting the point?
J6ers are
Yeah.
are you
okay with this?
He's finally getting the point.
Show themselves.
She's a psychopath.
And here's Ashley Babbitt's mom, Nikki.
They all know that. They've been here. Where you
I know,
been?
I know.
You're late, bitch.
I've been here all day. I was in the bar with you, Nikki. You didn't even see me.
Back up.
I saw you drinking.
Back up.
I saw you drinking alcohol in the bar.
The insults go back.
Oh no. The one thing you're supposed to do in a bar.
Forth and back and forth.
I can't believe it.
Talk about stalking.
Move.
Before a police officer eventually intervenes.
Thank God.
Is it a trespass order? You know my name.
Yeah, you know my name. Yeah, he does. So this guy has to micromanage these unemployed Karens. and I think this is the real this is the real separation here, is that you have the working class and the real middle class that is set. Their job is to mediate these childish, insane disputes between these overprivileged Karens so they don't go and tear each other apart.
I say let him.
It's embarrassing.
Sergeant Jackson. For my own safety, that's why we're doing this.
Go take care of your kids.
Despite Trump's orders, it's getting late, and there are no signs of prisoners being released.
We need to get the marshals. The guards inside are threatening force against our men, and they are messaging out, begging us for help.
Tony, I'm right behind you. Johnny O'Sullivan is outside the detention center where some people may be released. Johnny?
Hey, Anderson, yeah, in the last few minutes, all these demonstrators all rushed towards the main...
Yeah, they're rushing. They're standing in front of the door, protesting outside the door. Yes. And you're playing the dramatic music as if, like, okay...
They
oh my
literally
God,
showed
they're
them
about to siege
rushing
the
2
Capitol.
seconds ago.
Yes, of course. They've rushed the door. Listen, I'm telling you. half
They
these people
literally
on Social
just
Security,
showed
they're
that
not rushing
happened.
Anything.
door of the jail. We're not sure quite what is happening. Some of the people inside this prison are hoping to make it to the inaugural balls tonight. But there is a target that they're released. Okay, we're going to move down here, Anderson.
Put the press back. Push the press back. Cameras right here. Everybody back up. We're back where we were.
What's happening? Nothing?
You're an hour and a half until this happens, guys. Back up, please. Set it up on the ground. Back up on the ground.
The night went on, but the releases never came.
Well, yeah, they weren't able to release everybody because of logistics. Like, it's reasonable that it would take a couple of days to release a bunch of prisoners because there's a process and a protocol for it. It would take time. This isn't some kind of crazy fucking conspiracy or anything. It's just logistical reality.
No
Of
shit.
course. Yeah, there's paperwork and a process. Like, they can't just... It's not like this is like in the...
I love
Dark Knight
how he's
Rises
like
and
coming
all
to
the
a
fucking
conclusion
jail
on
cells lit
something
up,
that's like
and they're
so
"All right,
pointless with the
boys,
story now. Like he's
destroy
figured out the
everything
case. They're trying to make it
Let me
seem
out.
like they were gonna like
it's like
what?
it's Bane
He's
that
trying
did
to
this.
imply that CNN made it seem like, or like, what is he even doing? What is your issue? Like, of course the releases didn't happen that night.
What's going on?
They have done it tonight.
Is it sinking in now that, you know, you're going to be a free woman soon?
Okay, go back to when you're 6 years old and it's Christmas Eve and you know when you wake up in the morning Santa will have left gifts for you. That's how I feel right now.
Yeah, I'd be happy if I got...
The next morning, Christmas.
Was that a Jew horn?
Yeah, wow, big surprise. The day after...
Go back. Yes. I'm working on a side
Hi,
project.
welcome to the stream.
Is that a Jew, Hohen?
Morning, Christmas arrived.
Yeah, wow, big surprise. The day after, they let the people go because they weren't able to do it at night for logistical reasons. Wow. What a shock.
Glory! Hallelujah! Thank you, Lord! We always said you're a true patriot. Oh my goodness!
What is
Across
your
the country,
issue
January
at
6ers
this
were
point?
set free. And not just people
A
like...
lot of them should have been set free. Some of them shouldn't. But the people that just walked inside the Capitol building, if they had been charged for a crime and sentenced, they probably would have been in jail for less time that they spent in jail in the first place. Like, I think that anybody
What?
can understand and agree that someone being violent towards a police officer or destroying property or stealing, well, that probably shouldn't have been released. At least a lot of them shouldn't. But the fact is that
It's
I know
almost
what these
like they had
charges are in a lot of
trials
cases,
with evidence,
and,
bro.
Usually it's 2 to 5 years. 4 years.
He's
or
trying to
walk
say
away.
it's politically
Like,
motivated, the
they act
charges.
like this
Like
is
they
some sort of,
overcharged the
deferral
January
of
6
the
rioters
justice.
instead
well,
of
there's two things, right? Number one, they act
meticulously.
like it is a
Like, do all of them also have retarded lawyers that don't know how to present a case to a jury here, Asmongold?
I guess so. That's
Like,
what
they
we're-
literally had fundraising for lawyers. Like, they didn't even use public defenders, you know? And notice the lady that they're focused on who was incarcerated, they literally show her telling a police officer that she broke the window with a pickaxe. They showed the video of her crime, Asmongold, and her telling a cop, yeah, I broke the window with this. Amateur criminal. Okay?
Some sort of like misuse of the justice system. Which
You
is
know
it's
who
not.
should be in
It's
jail
simply
is
the way
that
the president
is that
executes pardons.
girl
This
who
is always how it
is
is.
squeezing the onion in her eye to act like she was pepper spray.
That's insane.
Do you not know about that? Because it's
No, I
funny
don't
because
know
there's literally an Always Sunny meme where it's onion. I saw an onion.
No, I didn't.
She's
I didn't
like
know
she's
about
like one crying where she's like, it's supposed to be a revolution. And if you look at her hand, she's holding an onion.
that. Oh my god. That is great. I love you people. Awesome. Awesome people. Very cool.
Work. That's literally the game mechanics. And number two, a lot of these people, yes, they should not have done that, and I think I have no problem with them spending some time in jail. But if they had been charged for this crime, they would have already been out by now. Both things are true.
No.
Pardons are just retarded. Yeah, I mean, you could say that, right? But it's still the game mechanics, right? That's still the way it works.
Rachel, the leaders of extremist groups, Proud Boys, 3%ers, Oath Keepers.
They don't vindicate and validate it.
I work at Burger King making flame boiled whoppers. Would you like an apple pie with
The
that?
Capitol again, that they're going to go
Do you know
and
that
be
song?
terrorists, or they're
What
going to
the
go
fuck is
destroy a
that?
bunch of stuff. Like they wouldn't go quietly into the night. What do you mean? So what is that? What are you saying?
It's
by
anytime I hear that
The
music,
worst
all I
thing
can
to
think
do is in
about.
prison because I'm now friends with all the gangster disciples, the Bloods, Crips, all those guys in prison. They love us.
Pigo's back.
I hate to tell you guys this, but I had a
Of
friend
course,
that voted for Trump
Family
for
Guy
president.
did it after.
And there were a lot of other guys that were in prison that voted for Trump.
Because just like how they did peanut butter jelly time, right?
A lot of them.
Because isn't it great? They literally
Yep.
are that unoriginal when it
Absolutely.
comes to their jokes. They
Lining up
literally
to vote
just
for Donald.
stole
Felons
one
can't
of these
vote.
fucking
No, they can in some places,
jib
not in
jab
others.
videos.
I thought that too, and then because
So this was
so I'm like, how the fuck did you vote?
This was
and so I looked it up. and I found out.
pre-YouTube. This went around through. This went around through email chains, bro.
Oh my god.
Like this was chain email. Like my dad would always play this, because he got it sent to him all the time.
I work at Burger King making flavor whoppers. I want paper hats. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple pie with that? Ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done. I gotta run, I gotta run, I gotta run, I gotta run. Don't buffer fat and hot fat, it really hurt bad and so the skin grabs. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple pie with that? Where is the bell? Wait for the bell. Can't hear the bell. Where is the bell? Ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done. I work at Burger King making flavor whoppers. I wear paper hats. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple pie with that? Ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done. Ding by the done.
Amazing.
My dad, to this day, will randomly say, would you like an apple pie with that? Like, it was the original meme for him.
That's fucking great.
I'll put it on the people's desk. can. Yeah, I got a criminal news network photographer, maybe a reporter. I wanted to ask you, sir, your buddy Donnie. I'm working here. Is he still in the ER?
And for at least one man,
You are now on my radar.
it was a sign that the retribution was about to commence.
I'm going to be scrutinizing you.
I love how like this entire
I think
thing
they've
is
been
that,
extremely
like, you
fair
have
to
MAGA
that guy.
Rorschach, that you have
Yes.
it's basically like the entire story is built around him being this like crazy person. And like, yeah, he's kind of a fucking idiot, right? But at the end of the day, like, he's not really being violent or anything like that. Like, I mean, am I wrong? Really, am I wrong? No, I'm not. And everybody knows it.
Asmongold,
I'm going to be scrutinizing
it doesn't
you.
say the rise of political violence.
But at the same time, it wasn't just those on the right celebrating violence.
Look,
Watch the eyebrows on him. Go back. Watch the eyebrows on him.
I will.
It's the fucking neuron activation. You know.
Luigi Mangione isn't an extremist. I will stand on this.
No, but
I think what he
the
did
whole
is
point
a
of the
natural
story
response.
is you have to understand the whole point of the story is that they're saying people on the left are also celebrating violence.
Yes, I understand.
That's
that, but,
all.
like it's like when you think about it and you actually put context to the violence, right? And that's what we've been trying to do with the mass shootings and stuff, is putting context to the violence, trying to get people to understand why it's happening, to then try and stop it from the root rather than trying to ban the tool. It's like what he did is a natural conclusion of starving people of all their recourse. It's the same thing as the Tesla stuff, right? Yes, the left is supporting this quote-unquote violence, because, yeah, sure, it's violence, but against property? In Luigi Mangione's event, obviously it was against a singular person, but a singular person who profits from the suffering of others, right? It's removing the ability to seek recourse in a country is, like, in your life, leads to frustrations. And what frustration leads to when you have no ability to rectify your situation? What happens? Right? Where right-wing violence. Why did Anders Breivik kill all those people? Hail Hitler? That was his fucking motivations? What about the guy in New Zealand? Why did he go and kill 50 people across 3 mosques?
Great replacement.
Great replacement? Okay. Are these justifiable positions comparably to the left-wing positions? Of literally
Again,
until they don't?
And what I'm saying is, like, those people are so far above this guy. Although he does look like the Christchurch shooter. Especially in this still frame here.
Yes.
Scrutinizing you.
But at the same time, it wasn't just those on the right celebrating violence.
All women, by the way. I cannot wait to watch this. I'm sure it will be completely unbiased, and there won't be any edge on this at all. Surely they wouldn't just point it in one direction and then misrepresent things. Surely
it's a corporation.
what do you call it? The video, I'll link it to you guys. And I surely the entire preview is just simply showing one side, and they'll show the other side in the full thing. Sounds like a Free Palestine chant. Though if you only know one emote, you've got to use it for different reasons. Yeah, there you go. I hate the cadence. The free fill in the blank, bro. You sound retarded. Yeah, I know. But anyway,
okay. Are we done with this?
You're
done with this?
You're done retarded. Your chant isn't good enough for my standards.
Donald Trump meeting with El Salvador's far-right dictator President Bukele in the White House now. And here they are openly talking about sending, quote, homegrowns, aka American citizens, to the prison camp in El Salvador.
Why are they whispering?
Look at Booker King.
About 5 more places.
Okay, go back just a second. Yeah, we're getting this as we. But here you hear Trump then exclaim more loudly, "Homegrowns are next."
I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right. It's not big enough. Yeah, come on. So this is a much different office than you.
Oh my God! Then he's going on about the decor in the White House again. So it's a much different place. We put up a lot of gold. I know that we all know that this man is an insane person.
Everyone laughed in that room. It's not just Trump.
No, I mean, look at who the crowd is: Stephen Miller and Rubio, and like all they have are News Nation and Fox News reporters, if that, in there at this point. I mean, yes, there's complicity in the media on this front, but they're also just like not letting traditional media in the room to ask these kinds of questions. Here's another part of this. Them talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia because the Supreme Court has said now that the Trump administration must facilitate his return. Trump is now saying basically he's going to defy that, testing the Supreme Court, which we knew was going to happen because they don't have an enforcement mechanism. And that's why they said things like facilitate and use more conservative language than they would, I think, if they were like had the authority over, or if they hadn't maybe said that the president is immune from prosecution for official acts, perhaps they'd feel a little bit more emboldened to tell him what to do and what not to do. But this is their own making here. Bukele just basically saying, I'm not going to help send him back.
¿Se lo liberaría, Presidente Bukele? Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to have suggested that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like, could I smuggle him into the United States? Or what?
Calling him a terrorist.
Yep.
Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador?
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to be happening.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah,
they're sick. These are sick people.
I mean, who's that reporter? What? One of the only Collins. It's Caitlin Collins. That's the White House correspondent for CNN, it seems like. I mean, so CCOT, which is the maximum security prison in El Salvador that Trump says we now need many more of, is a gulag. It's basically a prison that you don't talk to anybody. It's solitary confinement for almost every part of the day, 23 hours a day, which is torture.
Is this the one in Virginia?
No, it's the fucking El Salvador prison.
Oh, so it's not an American one.
Literally the gulag.
Okay, I thought it was like an American prison, but no,
literally a torture camp.
This is the one.
Make sure you vote in the poll, homos.
Against the will of everybody and the Supreme Court. Very cool.
Torture that has effects on prisoners' brains and is not helpful to reintegrate people back into society. It makes people go insane. But that's the point. I mean, and that's maybe the least horrible thing that happens to these folks in this prison. The way you get into CCOT is if Bukele says you get into CCOT, because he's a dictator, a far-right dictator who decides who gets thrown in a prison camp and who doesn't. And Donald Trump envies that authority and is now talking about doing that to American citizens. We have had so many constitutional crises under this administration already, and it's been like 3 months since he got into office. But this might be the most intense, and that's saying a lot, because this is an absolutely fundamental right in this country, the right to due process. And the Trump administration is, well, habeas corpus. This is their war on habeas corpus.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Basically saying that Trump thinks that he can deport anybody that he deems a terrorist to a foreign prison camp without having their day in court.
Okay.
Technically, he can.
He definitely can. Hey.
We should have done something about it in the Guantanamo days, but
Yep.
instead...
Oh, well. Guess it just gets to happen now.
Greater European Union could look like in a future multipolar world. Basically multipolar, or a world that's not just dominated by one country or two. We're basically just going back to how it was throughout most
You
of
thought I was going to give you a balanced, non-shill take on China? Please.
I was just laughing because he said the words...
Multipolar.
Yes. We can expect Russia to be a power, China to be a power, India...
It's actually hilarious that Russia and people still think Russia is a world player. They're gone. They're not even top 10 anymore. Kick them out of the fucking Security Council too. Fuck them. You know what? Get India in instead of Russia. Replace them with India. India is a bigger power than Russia. Russia can't even make planes anymore.
To be a
Fuck
power.
'em off.
Of course, there's the USA as well. But what exactly will the European Union do? They will certainly be a force, but what if they became even greater? To the point where they grabbed in Canada. Faced with trade war and threats of annexation, Canada pivoted its shattered friendship with the United States to pursue a path towards Europe. Now, I realize geographically this doesn't make much sense. It's called
Sure
the
it does.
European Union, not the... There's definitely a dumb joke I can make in here, but I don't know what it is. But do keep in mind the European Union already
edit
does
it
have
out.
territory in all sorts
Why
of
did
other
we leave that in?
Why is he using this weird map?
That's mostly because of France. France still has a ton of overseas territories, but the Dutch also contribute to that, as well as the Danish too. Keep in mind, an EU member is already in this North American continent and not very far away from Canada. This is the French islands here of Saint Pierre and Miquelon. Miquelon. Something French. Miquelon. And then everyone obviously loves to joke about the
Potato.
European singing competition at Eurovision. They let a ton of countries join that,
Potato.
European
Cucumber.
contest join in, like the French, Morocco, occasionally Israel. So maybe this is the beginning of expanding what is an EU, culturally at least. This European Union also has a Ukraine
Cucumber.
that is still occupied by the Russians. They're also bringing back the UK after they've been split up. I guess this is like their price of readmission. The kingdoms are all split. Also, we have a united Ireland. Following Brexit, Scottish and Welsh independence and Irish unification, the former United Kingdom ultimately rejoined the EU. You know, they've been saying this is going to happen back in 2016 when Brexit first occurred. I mean, they're still going. I don't know if it would rejoin the EU all broken up like this. Maybe if enough time passes, the Brits can be like, ooh, woo, let us back in. Turkey's still not joined, even though they applied to join back in the 1980s. Cyprus is kind of a problem. However, they remain an important economic defense partner. Oh, essentially NATO. Is it safe to say this is a world without NATO too? Then there's Greenland, of course, coveted by the US, but it is thawing, so it's a resource-rich area when independent from Denmark. I'll be honest, this does seem like one of those maps that would get like made fun of on Twitter for being a little bit unrealistic. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe like 100 years from now, like this is not going to happen next year, that's for sure. Letting Ukraine, though, is going to be extremely tough. Also, there's still the strange situation of Transnistria. And getting Georgia and Armenia into the EU, that's also going to be tough. Ah, man, yeah. Reading into this stuff, I mean, this really feels a little bit far-fetched.
When Europe finally decides to like pull their shit together and clap Russia and get them out of Ukraine, they're not really going to have a choice. Russia's going to be made bitch. They did it to themselves. You know, they wanted this war. They went in. Now they're bleeding.
wishful thinking. You even got Switzerland as like a participating partner, which they kind of already are. But also notice the lack of ice up here in the North Pole. This is the Transpolar Sea Route. We're finally going to be able to take ships from Europe and straight over to the Pacific Ocean. This would definitely be one of the results. So Europe would technically rival Russia in the Arctic region instead of the USA as Trump wanted. Why does the UK collapse in this timeline if you have places like Serbia, Georgia, and Armenia managing to join the EU? I don't see why the UK rejoining as it is now would be impossible. That's kind of what I said. Although I didn't take into account they got all the Balkan nations in there. All right, this is probably the most unrealistic thing. Seems a little bit, this is a little bit of a Reddit moment. A lot of this stuff is improbable, but all of it, yeah, even in 100 years, nah, I don't see it. There's no way. It's still a fun map though. Like, why not go big or go home? Like, I still think it has a little bit of realism in it. Even in a fantasy map, Turkey can't be a full member. Like, okay, that's the spice I need, I think. Can't go 100% perfect for the EU. It's very interesting because there would be 3 major players fighting for the North Pole, like that one comment said. It would mostly be the EU, then also Russia, and of course the USA is still a player here with Alaska. I wonder how much would change if Canada does join the EU. There'd be a massive border between now the US and an EU member. The mega British Empire, or what if Britain inexplicably got every territory they've ever owned, claimed, or seriously considered annexing?
Work
now,
done
as you can
on
see,
this
this is a
project.
much bigger British Empire than they got in reality.
What are you doing?
Oh, just prepping stuff.
Okay.
Mostly due to the USA, but there's a ton of extra territory they got in both the North American and South American continents. And we're not saying this was at all possible or probable. It's just a fun world if Britain got literally every single thing they've ever wanted. So of course they still have South Africa, they still have India, they still have Australia and New Zealand, but then there's also so much more. This little piece right here, just this, I mean, that's like doubled their entire population. Well, not their entire world population, the entire population probably on this island. You gotta give them France though, because of the 100 Years' War. Remember, this was a reality that actually maybe isn't that far away from, well, what could have happened historically.
Look at
the
chat.
100 Years' War, I mean, England
They're
was very
pleading
close
for
to
you.
taking over the French. Also during World War II, there was talk about a
To have
English
mercy
French
on them.
Union. They still kept this large chunk of Germany. Maybe they got this after one of the World Wars.
What's the quote? What's the Rorschach quote from
Rorschach?
Watchmen, where he's like, "They're gonna ask me to save him, and I'm gonna be like, no." You know, in Watchmen, you know that line?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm gonna be like, no.
I will save you guys.
Driving around, you know, just running some errands, just a typical day in your favourite Australian YouTuber's life. Sorry.
Okay,
Second
you know
fact,
what?
When a
So
children of
far,
Poseidon making a comeback, guys.
it is bad. I was about to say, so far, this is his best video so far. I was like, wow, 10 seconds in, and I actually liked that little cutaway. The driving up, it was like, listen, he was talking slow, it was slow paced, and immediately we got Family Guy cut-ins. He couldn't make it 15 seconds without Family Guying his video. Fucking Jingle Keys Media over here. I mean, if it gets him retention, whatever.
This wasn't until some roided up lead with plucked eyebrows and male
Was
lip
that
filler and
Lebanon
forward
there?
raptor came up
Yes,
beside
it
me via
was.
the left-hand lane at a no-right turn intersection and cut me off for no reason, almost causing a crash, and then, of course, was an indignant piece
He
of
said
shit about
lab,
it. And in that moment,
not
I got
lib.
it.
No, he said leb.
I
Leb,
see.
like
I thought he
Lebanese.
said lib. Seems racist.
I'm gonna put him down to normal speed.
You've been speeding him up?
Yeah.
Man,
I've
that
got to
intro's probably
apologise.
even better.
After 15 years of Labor shilling, I have it. You can only push a man so long. I'm voting Dutton. Oh, sorry, that was a very temporary case. I'm still voting Labor because if you do the most cursory
Because
amount
I'm
of
a
research
bitch.
into what Dutton stands for, it becomes very apparent that anything even slightly appealing about Dutton is just posing. Did you know that Dutton's pro-shit leb drivers? Only Labor has the policy of cutting brake lines to replace fines. Plus, voting based on road rage racism is pretty stupid. What we need to really sort this epidemic of awful drivers out is some sort of demonstration or protest, if you will, where good drivers with good Anglo-Celtic names go down to a beach, Cronulla perhaps, and protest all these bad drivers being brought into Australia. I really should clarify and stop facetiously calling for Cronulla riots 2, just in case I do end up accidentally pulling an Alan Jones. We don't want a Cronulla riots 2.0. Bronte Beach is a far better option because if shit hits the fan, the skiffs can retreat into the water. And as everyone knows, Libs find it hard to swim at the best of times. The waves are too big for them. We still do need to come up with a contingency plan for jet skis though, but that's another day. All right, I'll be serious now. I'm not being facetious when I say this either. It is actually dispiriting that there isn't a genuine right-wing party in Australia.
That's his white Sydney person coming through there. If you know Australian history, you'll find that was a funny fucking joke.
That is able to stick to their purported principles over the desires of foreign capital. This is going to be a theme of my videos right up until the election, so you get damn used to it. I'm trying to get into all of your heads that every time Dutton's cultural posturing clashes with policy objectives of the elite win. Without fail. I mean, first off, unlike me, Dutton's not really racist. After all, he insists that he isn't. He's just cool with killing Arabs for no reason. Whereas I have the very principled position of thinking Israel is airstriking the wrong kind of Arabs. Bibi, can you give the kids in Gaza a break? Send some of your rockets over to the intersections of St. George. In December, Dutton backflipped on a promise to halve net migration. Instead, refusing to set a target until after the election. I'm guessing it's going to be more than half. Now, you might be saying, oh, maybe he's waiting until after the election to not risk revealing the perfect policy, a policy that will enrage the migration lobby. The Berghain of migration policy. Strict, arbitrary, German, a little bit gay. But no, if you watched our shorter things, you'd already know. When Dutton and the Liberals were last in government, they were boasting about record legal migration, which, let's be honest, is almost the only migration that concerns Australia, even before Operation Sovereign Borders. It was like a few canoes that tried to enter Australia illegally. Most illegal immigrants are visa overstayers.
It was like
so
a few canoes.
Legal migrants. We're not the USA. We don't have land borders. Unless you're
He's not wrong.
You think that the subcontinent is located where the supposed Great Australian Bible
That was a good one.
No one's ever seen the bite.
This might be his best video yet.
Indians. Guess who benefited most from these illegal immigrants? The National Party's big ag donors. It was estimated that 2/3 of these overstayers work in agriculture, which explains why the last time the Nationals were in power,
comment.
They were trying to give
I laughed twice.
to these illegal
Best video yet.
Tough on migration, am I right? Now, you can debate the merits of that all you like, but please don't tell me...
You want me to leave that?
No. Because we don't know how many times I'll get a legitimate, like, little chuckle. I really did. Can we seriously watch that intro in normal speed? Those first 10 seconds. It's so good. Like,
the other day, I was having a fine time driving around, you know, just running some errands, just a typical day in your favourite Australian YouTuber's life. Sorry, second favourite. When a children of Poseidon making a comeback, guy.
It was better.
And then all of a sudden, we're talking about Children of Poseidon because we're doing a side tangent Family Guy show. And faded. Family Guide. He literally Family Guide. He had a joke that could have worked on its own.
This is Conway Twitty.
He was literally doing physical comedy through editing, right? Yes. It's the reason why like VTubers exist, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's a fair point, honestly. It's a fair point.
And he ruins it.
Conway tweeted it.
He ruins it. He's fucking Dane Cookin and Family Guy and all over the place.
Like, but please don't tell me that the party that proposed amnesty for 2/3 of Australia's undocumented workers, boasting about allowing record legal migration and still refuses to set a target for net migration, is the party that is tough on migration. I've said it a million times, but I'll say it again. Howard doubled migration. This shit started with the Liberals, and Dutton will continue Howard's legacy because it gets worse. When Labor proposed legislation to cut the number of international students coming in each year by 53,000, Dutton teamed up with the Greens to block it in an awful convergence of everything wrong with Australian Parliament, the convergence of
anti-immigration.
What?
He's anti-immigration. This is so funny.
Him? Geordie's?
Yeah, he's talking about how Labor is good for cutting immigration numbers of foreign students and shit.
Well,
talking about how it's bad that Dutton is blocking.
You have to understand he's a political operative, okay? And this was the talking point for Democrats too. You remember that your election results in people being handed a card and knowing a few fucking policy lines. Like Australia is literally political slogan election. Okay,
Yes,
it's not
yes,
even
it is.
political party election. It's just what slogan did you hear? It is literally like the purest form of advertising, you know? Because you have to implant something in somebody's head.
It's so true. It's so true. That's very funny. That's such a funny way to think about it. Because it literally is advertising. You know, every single fucking YouTube ad is a political ad now. I'm fucking over
Oh yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
I fucking
it's
hate
it's
this.
much worse. It's much worse here. Now, you want to know where it's fucking crazy? So like, I have family that are in like Richmond, D.C., Maryland area, and I go down there, and if I fucking like if you watch, like, I mostly watch YouTube. I don't watch cable, right? So literally every single YouTube video would be a fucking political ad before it.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
like,
of course.
because it's DC.
Yeah. I imagine all the swing states would have the same kind of result where it would be nothing but political ads in like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and shit. It would be just peppered with them. It would be a nightmare. Where New York, I feel like it would just be a regular day.
It depends. So like the local guy here, like they have some YouTube advertising, but like literally John Katko, the only reasonable guy running for the local position that was in the last election, he literally ran the same ad he did for his previous campaign, basically.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even make it. Like, he did make new ads closer to the election, but like, I was like, bro, I've already seen your ad last election. Okay, I get it. And it's funny because on my street, like, literally, it's like we have a guy who's like MAGA and has like the Marine flag, and I think I know who the guy is. We actually. It was on Libertarian Twitter. He posted the Erie Canal, and I go, hey, I know where that is. And I showed him where I lived on Elm Street, and he's like, I also live on Elm Street. And he deleted the post because I was able to identify him from a location and then a photo he post.
That's
so
very funny.
he's like, don't be a Fed. And so I'm pretty sure it's this guy I literally found on Twitter, lives down the street from me.
Hysterical.
And then next door to that is like rainbow flag.
Amazing.
But like the political signs also like varied.
Where we don't have the political signs out the front. We have billboards and
I
stuff that people
think
hammer
they're
up,
very
but we don't
annoying.
have the yard signs.
Yeah, that's the thing is that for the politicians' campaign, it's basically it costs them a lot of money to put up billboards and ads. So the signs are like free ads they can put all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's funny because where it's like actually state land and they would have to pay to put their signs there, leading to the polling place a lot of times, it's just peppered with all the signs.
Yes.
It's a very interesting thing, but I think it's so stupid. It's like when I was in Florida visiting my grandma, it's like, you're in Florida, you don't need a Trump display.
Yes.
And then it's
really
like
don't.
every now and then you'd see the fucking, I almost said Hillary, Biden, Harris, whatever. And it's just funny because it's like, who cares? You're
exactly.
Literally like, oh, I mean, Florida could potentially swing the election more than New York could, but not that district, not this fucking senior retirement development district. That is not going to swing.
of the Greens' woke politics who were ostensibly blocking the cut because it was racist, and the coalition's complete inability to not act on the desires of big business on literally anything. I mean, how nuts is the Greens reasoning to begin with that any sort of migration policy is racist?
The Greens
It's not like
too.
Labor are proposing to block one race of particularly aggressive drivers from entering. Although,
see, it's don't you think like if he was really like a smart government shill, don't you think he would always like offer coalition terms to the Greens because you're ranked choice voting? So even appealing to Green voters, it still gets your vote in at least the top two if they put Green above you anyway. Like you're getting those seats anyway. So like, why disparage Green when it's somebody who's like easily politically aligned? Like he's always got to put something in for them. Where's the fucking One Nation lady? I saved one of her videos, by the way.
Oh my god. Hold on. Hey, host a yard sign.
Yeah, I've had people ask me about it.
Yeah. The Greens will never support Peter Dutton. Fucking, my mum came up to me about this party called Family First. Now, just based on the name, what do you think they believe?
Pronatalist.
Pretty much, yeah. I got her to read through the policies, and she was reading it out. I'm like, this is literally Nazi shit.
No, like if you're gonna do a natalist party, you should run on fucking daycare and shit. Like, you need to not just tell people to have kids and shit.
Yeah. No,
but that's the thing is the pronatalists, all pronatalists are secretly racist, and they know the people who are pronatalist and have the most wealth and capability will always outclass people who have multiple children and are in poverty. For them, it's dynasty.
Yes. Yeah. But no, these guys are more like, I say natalist because they definitely are, but like
white children natalist.
Their positions are
Future
white
for
Christian
white
nationalism.
children.
It's white Christian nationalism. It's literally Nazi shit. And it's like all the policies is just crying about woke shit and transgender stuff. And I'm just like, this is literally the position of the neo-Nazis. Like, we need to not put this anywhere near power.
The international student scam. And this isn't a dig at student migrants, by the way. Without them, I doubt Sydney would have any million lives. And around 1 million less lives. Thank you. Links to buy my tickets in the show. Fuck. Because as with virtually everything wrong in Australia today, it was Howard's fault. They opened the floodgates. They made universities addicted to international students. In 1998, the number of international students in Australia was around 100k. In 2020,
as well.
Yep.
Bro, if like just breathe more. You know, you're doing a lot of exhaling.
It was almost 800,000, giving Australia the highest percentage of international students in the entire world.
Oh, now he knows how to talk.
We're not that smart. And despite what the sector cries over and over again, this obviously puts upward pressure on housing, and economic benefits of international students are severely overblown. The $40 billion of exports figure usually touted by proponents of international students is incredibly misleading.
Bro, he's literally talking shit about international students being like, actually, it's overvalued. Their value is overdone. It's literally like Elon being like, I think Tesla's stock is too high. Bro, we see what you're doing. They're over-calculated. Actually, these immigrant students aren't as good for us as you think. It's like putting a filter on a cigarette and trying to sell a healthier cigarette.
Yes.
Like, there's still a benefit. Culturally, by the way. That's the biggest benefit they provide. Culture.
Yes.
Do you like food?
Love food. Food is great.
What kind of food do you think you would have if you didn't have immigration?
Very, very
Probably
bland British
probably
shit.
barbecue. You'd probably have that.
Blood pudding.
Oh no, that's a regional thing. You have to remember, like, Britain is like an island, you know. So, well, I mean Australia is too, but you know what I mean. It's like a cold, swampy, fucking dreary. Like, sky don't lie, gray every day.
Yeah.
Raining.
Depressing.
It's always raining, you know. So it's just like how you look at Nordic countries and they fucking eat fermented fish and like weird shit like that, you know. That's another, you know, the fucking canned fish files guy, you know, it's fascinating to me because like we do not have a canned fish culture here. We have tuna for like tuna salad and tuna sandwiches.
Tuna as
well. But we do
well.
not have a canned fish culture. And it's fascinating how deep that shit goes.
Weird. Weird shit.
Applying the number of international students with the average tourist spend, plus educational fees. Ooh, numbers don't lie, eh?
Would you say suburbanization is a main reason America chose highways over trains? Or would like oil companies have a large part to do with that, and like car
no, I
companies
think
and shit?
saying suburbanation is fine, like, because like that was the whole thing. Is like the suburbs were able to exist because of the invention of the automobile. You know,
yeah.
Like, and people could commute to the city for work.
Yeah.
And so America also had the space. Europe doesn't.
Yeah.
So that's another factor too. Like, you could say it was like this oil versus coal thing, but coal's doing fine.
Yeah.
You know, like, did they really lose out because of the trains not being as popular? They wouldn't be coal trains now anyway. You know, like, what did they lose?
Good question.
So I don't think it was really that influenced by like a capital battle. I think it was purely like people having economic freedom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they chose the car.
Suburbs. Yes. Yeah. Over the trains. Yeah.
So the car is why the suburbs are able to exist. So
why, and it's purely, because I think we've had this discussion before, it's purely non-investment reason that the trains never took off in cities, right?
Yeah, so people chose with their dollars. It wasn't profitable. People chose to drive cars. And fucking have traffic congestion. America chose that. That's what people need to understand about the traffic in America and like how it's a meme. We chose it.
Yeah.
Just put another fucking lane on that highway. That will definitely, because it definitely doesn't all congest at one point, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh yeah, you can make a 7-lane highway, but that 7 lanes gets to 1 lane eventually. Like, it's not going to change anything. You're just making it worse. But like, it's just very interesting because like, obviously people always like, now that the China propaganda agents are fucking in full overdrive at the moment, they're fucking bringing up all the talking points, and they're talking about the high-speed rail at the moment is one of the big ones that they're going on about, and they're doing the comparison to America again, and it's like,
so
they
what
don't
you have to
understand.
keep in mind about this whole China high-speed rail thing, you know, the whole thing about how China, it built a subway stop to nowhere because they planned for the future type stuff. It's a planned government thing.
Yeah.
Okay? So, because people don't have economic freedom, the government decided how the transportation is going to function. Europe, on the other hand, is much different because you have actual urban density. and economic freedom. So they had a far more rational public transport based approach to things.
Yeah.
Now, then you look at places like Africa, South America, and if you watch our Venezuela episode, the trains go from the port to the mine.
To the mines. Yep.
Right? So their systems developed completely different too. So like the lack of infrastructure investments, you know, like there's still places, you know, especially close to the jungle areas and stuff, or the Shahalian region, where it's like no electricity, no common anything. They basically are the equivalent of somebody who would be living in the like middle of the rainforest, you know, but they still will be able to have public schooling in that country. So the kids like go away for months at a time to like a public school from this like place that literally doesn't have anything.
Yes.
So it's still, it took a while for like roads and infrastructure to develop in a lot of these countries because of how the rail lines ran and what see, that's when you look at pure capitalism exploitation. There are no roads. There are no like suburbanization and things like that. It's just a highway from resource to extraction. So that's another thing about it not being in capitalist interests on why suburbs formed here. It's just like what they were saying earlier about, you weren't here for it, but the guy was rating political ideologies. And he was saying like, oh wow, the pocket pussy I ordered gets here in 12 hours instead of 24. I think Jack froze. I can't believe you've done this. He didn't hear anything I said. Typical. We're not ready. We didn't have the fruit.
And the American side gave ground, which wasn't exactly well received here in the United States, especially amongst the Iran hawks who just recently have been talking about not just the complete dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, not just the weaponization, but the entire program. Libya model is the term that's been used, but also destroying the Iranian long-range missile program and the elimination of their proxy network across the Middle East. Pretty wide-ranging, but as of now, it seems like all of that isn't necessarily on the table. So let's get into what we know so far. Earlier today, the Wall Street Journal reported, quote, Iranian officials have indicated that as part of any renewed agreement, they are seeking the rapid removal of U.S. nuclear-related sanctions. They're also pushing for the release of billions of dollars currently frozen in foreign accounts and want the United States to stop pressuring Chinese companies that purchase Iranian oil. In return, Iranian representatives have conveyed to the European interlocutors that Tehran would be willing to scale its nuclear enrichment back to the levels permitted under the 2015 agreement, which the U.S. exited during Donald Trump's first presidential term. Now, we should keep in mind this sounds like their opening list of demands, if you will, so you're going to expect it to be kind of extreme in one direction. But you'll notice the last part there, this sounds eerily similar to the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, as it's otherwise known, that was put in place under the Obama administration and the first Trump administration withdrew from. Some of the criticism you're going to hear in today's video coming from more of the Iran hawks in the administration or in the government writ large are pushing back on that, saying, wait a minute, are we about to sign the same Iran nuclear deal that we withdrew from in the first place because it was bad? But moving to some Iranian assessments here.
This guy is an idiot.
Nabavian, again, my apologies in the pronunciation here. He's the deputy head of the Iranian parliament's foreign policy committee, said, quote, Trump wanted his Secretary of State Marco Rubio to take part in the Iran talks, but we insisted on Witkoff, and the U.S. backed down. Steve Witkoff, the presidential envoy, who Look, I've said this before. I think it's a problem that Witkoff, he might be the smartest person on earth, but the fact that he's trying to negotiate a peace deal in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, between Israel and Hamas and Gaza, and now working the Iranian nuclear deal, it's too much for one person. And I wish we could spread this out a little bit more and have people laser focused on each one of these issues. But nonetheless, they wanted Witkoff, they got Witkoff. He said, quote, in every aspect of the negotiations, whatever we said was accepted, and the American side gave ground. Trump isn't entirely crazy. He calculates. He brought in warships and aircraft to influence Iranian public opinion. And for what it's worth, just yesterday or the day before, we got confirmation that the USS Carl Vinson, another U.S. carrier strike group, has entered the Middle East and begun conducting operations alongside the Harry S. Truman carrier strike group. This is on top of the B-2 bombers, F-35s, A-10s, a lot of assets that the United States has moved into the Middle East in recent weeks. Turning over to Kayhan International, which is a Persian newspaper published in Tehran. They said, quote, round one, Iran has the upper hand.
I trust
Foreign
him.
Minister Aragachi, again, my apologies in the pronunciation here, says, quote, what is clear now is that the negotiations are indirect and, in our view, only on the nuclear issue, and will be carried out with the necessary will to reach an agreement that is from an equal position and leads to securing Iran's national interests. And they maintain in this article and throughout multiple Iranian senior officials that the talks here are exclusively about the nuclear issues, and they rejected that anything here has to do with the overall Iranian defense capabilities, such as their ongoing ballistic missile program. Then turning to Amwaj Media, which is a UK-based publication focused on events in the Middle East, they said, quote, speaking on condition of anonymity, a senior Iranian political source with knowledge of the proceedings said Witkoff brought a draft that did not refer to the dismantling of Iran's nuclear program, nor an explicit threat of military attack if negotiations go awry, which is a very different tone than we've heard from President Trump and other senior U.S. officials in recent days. But before getting to the U.S. response, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video. Believe me. Hey, so you know when you get online and almost immediately are shown an ad for like things like, of course, name, age, address, come in, the sponsor of today's
Never heard of it.
information. So if you want to protect yourself and your family from these data National Security Advisor Mike Waltz was on CBS Face the Nation, and they pushed him on the Iran deal and said, hey, what's on the table? What's not on the table? What is this going to look like? And this was Waltz's response, talking about the full dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program.
Can you clarify, is the U.S. seeking the dismantlement of Iran's nuclear program or verification like what President Obama put in place back in 2015 and President Trump pulled out of?
Full dismantlement. Okay. Iran has to give up its program in a way that the entire world can see. And this is, look, as President Trump has said, this is coming to a head. All options are on the table. And it is time for Iran to walk away completely from
I
its
said
desire
something at the end, and then I realized you were frozen. I was making like a joke.
They will not.
I don't remember what it was though.
To have
no, but it was a like that's actually a really good point that I haven't thought about before. Is like
and that is
looking at Europe
program. Can you only imagine?
They really
We've
did
seen the
do
death
it
and destruction that they're doing through its proxies
because they
between
started
Hezbollah,
on cars.
the Assad regime, the Houthis,
they still
and what
have
you.
roads
If they
and all
had
the big
nuclear
highways
weapons, the entire Middle East would explode in an arms race. That is completely unacceptable.
They also
national security,
and that's kind of been the line that the administration has set across the board. Everyone that talks about Iran, that's been the line that they've held pretty consistently.
Early on.
But that changed just a couple days
like
ago when presidential advisor or envoy here, Steve Witkoff,
don't
did an
say
interview with the Wall Street Journal, where he said the administration's red line is, quote,
bizarre,
the weaponization
strange
of Iran's
type of
nuclear
funny.
capability. And that it's open to finding other ways to compromise between the two countries on the question of Iran's nuclear program.
Not just
which is
people,
a big
but
shift.
living
And here's the deal.
creatures
I
to
understand
lay
a lot
rail
of this,
lines
people
for
will
the
say, hey, it's
transcontinental.
negotiating, right? You take the extreme stance, you negotiate back from that, and then, hey, we're better today than we were
not even used to this day.
But that becomes a problem when you have people inside of your administration giving out different views. So if we're going to stick with this hardline view,
not like how they used to, of course, but
the Libya.
We can't be having these bison having our trains not run on time.
The proxy networks across the Middle East and no more ballistic missile program. But then the person running our negotiations right out the gate says, or maybe something less. We'll see. You know, we can talk it down from there. We lose the leverage, right? Maybe we're not serious about those maximalist aims. But to give you an idea of kind of the view that a lot of the Iran hawks in and around the current administration have taken here, we've got a statement here from Mike Pompeo a couple days ago leading up to the negotiations, where he said, quote, this former Secretary of State, he said, quote, any deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran must not only verifiably eliminate every element of its nuclear program, but also must crush its ballistic missile capability and its support to terror proxies around the world. Anything less is simply Obama redux. President Trump rightly left the JCPOA because it achieved none of these three requirements for American security. No reason to be weaker than the Obama-Kerry capitulation to the cheating terrorist supreme leader. So again, that's been the hard line, is JCPOA bad. We got to go a step further. So Witkoff coming out and saying, I don't know, maybe we'll just do something similar to that, has been upsetting to a couple folks.
Iran?
A couple folks in that camp. Then turning over to some statements here from the Foundation of Defense of Democracy, a rather hawkish organization in the United States when looking at Iran. We have
This guy's literally
Taliblu,
retarded.
the Iran program director, was just on the news. Was interviewed just yesterday talking about this, where he said this is about more than the Iran nuclear program. It's about the overall problems with the Iranian regime. Here, give it a listen.
Something does have to change, and it's not just the nuclear quest, in my view, and as an Iranian American, it's the regime itself. This is a regime that has quite literally been trying to kill President Trump because of President Trump's policy successes against the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You have a 46-year track record of the regime saying death to America, saying death to Israel, and actually taking the Iranian people.
Oh, but for Trump, it's the only first time they've
on this kind of
it's been real.
Anti-American revisionist quest to remake the
I love
Middle
how
East in their
contradicts,
Islamist and authoritarian image.
Like
So,
it's just Trump.
Unfortunately,
Who they
as much as everyone does want
have hits on.
what President Trump to have said to be true, the real impediment there is not the nuclear quest. The real impediment there is the regime itself.
And then sticking with FDD again, which I feel like is appropriate to kind of striking the hawkish tone of the policies towards Iran. We've got Clifford May here, the founder and president of FDD, saying, quote, the only acceptable deal would require that Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure be completely and verifiably dismantled. They can't have a nuclear weapon, President Trump said on Monday. That's all there is.
Oh, you mean
if
like
that result cannot be
how
achieved
they were?
diplomatically and quickly, Trump should fulfill his campaign promise to take military action to ensure that Iran's Islamists do not become the fourth nuclear-armed member of an aggressive, ambitious, and anti-American axis that also includes Chinese communists, Russian neo-imperialists, and the dynastic dictator in North Korea. Alternatively, Trump could assist an Israeli effort to cripple Tehran's nuclear weapons program. So again, a lot of pushback from the Iran hawks at this point that understandably so, based off of recent statements from the Trump administration, thought that, hey, we're getting ready to draw this hard line in the sand. 60 days, that looks like that may have been extended a little bit. We've got military assets moving into the region. You know, arguably, Tehran is weaker now than they've been in a long time. That was something we talked about in an interview this past week with Andrew Fox. You know, the dismantlement of so many of the Iranian proxy network, the axis of resistance, if you will, from Hamas being tied up and severely degraded in Gaza. Hezbollah,
yeah, we tied them up
defanged.
and gave them
the
a
Houthis tied up with the
spanking.
United States
Oh
and
my
Israel
God.
down in Yemen. The Assad regime is gone. The Iran-backed militias in Syria kind of backed out.
Okay.
A lot of them went to Iraq and then decided not to go into Syria.
Did we finish that Jordy's video?
I don't think we did, but it was pretty much done anyway.
Okay,
Do we want to finish it?
I'm kind of. I was having more fun than listening to this idiot.
Okay,
So
I can put it back on. Lee, I go onto the other tab for the internet, right? And the Twitter's open, and the first thing I see is that that communist girl that's just been asking questions, being like, pamphlets followed me, and then they're reposting basically posts that she's done. So the pamphlets page is literally trolling her. Which I find is fucking hysterical, because she's just young. She's just silly. Like, it's not... I've realized there's no malice in her. She's just young.
yeah, she's fine.
Right? And it's just like, I feel so bad for her, because people are being so mean to her, and it's driving her further into the agent's arms. Like, she's
Well, that's kind of the point.
Like, she's already in the circles. Like, that's obvious from how I've, like, the interactions with her that I've had. But it's like, the more people are mean to her, the further in she gets to the cult. Like, you're helping her drive herself to extremism. It's wild. Stop this, please. Let me find. But also, pamphlets, I'm pretty sure, is that Kit Clarenberg guy that runs Grey Zone UK. I'm pretty sure that's the guy that runs it. I'm pretty certain. Because I was doing some digging and I saw some double posts, pretty much identical times. It kind of makes me think that he runs that account. So every time I see it now, I just tell I just say, "Shut up, Kit."
Ooh, numbers don't lie, eh? Unless you use your university degree. I mean, I really don't need to go into why that's obviously wrong, do I? I think it's pretty self-apparent that international students are going to have different spending habits to tourists who are coming to Australia for like 2 weeks to see the Great Barrier Reef. The students are...
Yeah, unless you primarily focus on Chinese international students who are primarily upper middle to upper class or CCP children, like CCP member children, who come here and spend absurd money, thousands a week on rent. They buy brand new BMWs and shit with all their money over here. They think they own everything, and they treat the universities like they're essentially
I have a comedy criticism.
Thing. Go on.
He's doing the physical comedy thing, trying to repeat that car thing. Got a hat on and everything.
The comedy.
But he put himself in front of the Laugh Factory. Okay.
Okay.
That's not the one you want to go to.
Comedy store.
Funny Bone is pretty good, because that's there's more than New York, but it's a chain. But there is one here, but
okay,
I know there's
I've heard
other
Funny
ones.
Bone before, but I'm not sure.
It's just a funny one to put there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Also, like, why not use an Australian comedy place as well? Isn't Laugh Factory American? Like, there's one in North Melbourne. A comedy place. The Comics Lounge is the Australian one. Or the Melbourne one more. Haven't been. Want to go. But, yeah. Could have put that Australian one. Sydney one, even.
Obviously spending way more because of their crippling million life addictions. Huh? Ugh, God, sorry. It's not my best work. This is probably only my third best video of all time. But the short point is that Dutton is refusing to reform immigration in any meaningful way whatsoever. And I usually cringe when people compare Dutton to Trump because usually it's done by the worst people in a very Freudian way. As really, the comparison they're making usually isn't Dutton to Trump. It's Trump and Dutton to their dad, who they present because he's too masculine. So, not the best way to go about politics, but that being said, I'm now happy to compare Dutton to Trump. But not because I resent male authority figures, it's only women in power who I resent, but because they're both unserious about advancing the values they won't shut up about. Like, this migration shit from Dutton's part is like a sadder version of the H-1B saga in the USA when Trump all of a sudden reversed his position letting in cheap foreign work.
Look, that's a fair criticism. Feckless leadership? Is that not what I always complain about in this fucking country?
To replace Americans because
has he actually stumbled across an actual criticism? This is incredible.
I found the joke on why you don't use the Laugh Factory.
Is that where Carlos Mencia stole his jokes?
Close.
Oh my god.
Govern me harder, daddy.
That stuff's for pussies. Every time I see this backdrop, I think about Kramer fucking up.
Oh my god. That's fucking awesome. I completely forgot that happened.
The large supply of Brahmin priests to perform the spells that makes the Tesla self-drive. That and answer the questions that you pose to Grok. Yes, I'm an India truther in more than one way. They want you to believe that AI stands for artificial intelligence. No, behind every AI answer to a question, there is AI. another Indian. And then to compensate for the actual lack of action on immigration, the Trump administration has been organising these pretty grotesque...
That's a funny joke.
Yeah, it's so one-off too, you know? Like, it's such a nice snap one.
That's
perfect
great.
to pepper in your opener for your 10-minute set.
Fucking hell. That's a great premise for a joke as well. That's a great premise for a set.
Yeah,
that's great.
So before the jokes, because that's the start of the joke. The rest of it is like about Kramer and that situation.
Okay.
But like, so like he comes out and he's saying like, oh, I only got 10 minutes. I don't have any material though. That stuff's for pussies, you know? So right after he says he doesn't have any material, he turns around and he says, anytime I see this sign, I think about Kramer fucking up. And immediately like goes into the material.
That was
like
his
it's a
thought.
pretty good pad. So he's like,
Yeah.
obviously because you got to tell a joke that's got to be like a solid, you know,
you've
chunk of time
prep,
for that
yeah,
10 minutes. So you
also
got
have to
to
prep
add
the
your
crowd.
buffer to the beginning of that joke.
You also have to prep the crowd to be ready to like laugh. So you have to hit them with a joke in the open to be like, hey, get ready to laugh.
Yeah, and also, well, that's the thing is it's the subversion of expectations. He did the I don't have any jokes, told the joke.
Yeah. It's also like everybody knows about that, and everybody can connect to it. So it's that aspect too. I think.
You connect to that type of language, I bet.
No, sure, whatever.
Spectacles like disappearing an innocent Palestinian to sending a bunch of tattoo fans to be disappeared by a less innocent Palestinian, all to distract from the reality that he's actually pretty weak on immigration. And I can forgive Trump for this because he's funny and suck shit Americans. I'm here in Australia and I've got free healthcare.
Is Jordan finally actually realizing the thing that we've been saying for months, which is Republicans are worse on immigration than Democrats because, narratively they.
You have to understand, he doesn't have realizations. He just is told what to say, and then jingles keys.
But if Dutton gets in, I won't be able to be so smug. He's like Trump without all the stuff that makes Trump amazing. He's not funny. His stunts are designed to make him look tough on migration aren't even interesting. Like proposing a referendum to strip dual citizenship criminals of their citizenship. Who the fuck cares? Just put him in jail and stop letting in so many cunts. But that's not what the oligarchs want. They're fine with the dual citizens proposal because it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't affect the flow of cheap labour, doesn't put downward pressure on demand. Fuck, it would barely deport any crims. It would probably just be used for Mahmoud Khalil-like stunts to send some Palestinian supporter back to Beirut, which again, I'd be all for, not because of the Palestinian support, but because of my own road rage. But look, at virtually the same time
he did a
Dutton was
callback.
proposing this...
Look, he's actually performing comedy in this video. That's crazy. Yeah, he called back to the opening skit. Insane.
referendum to look tough on migration. He was also cooking up plans to bring back pay-to-stay visas after being asked at a fundraiser by an immigration agent nicknamed the Queen of Immigration. Because with Dutton, just like with Trump, it's just whatever the highest bidders want. And unfortunately, Australia's highest bidders are so shit. Come on. At least with Miriam Adelson, she could teach Gina Reinhardt a couple of things about fashion. Speaking of fashion, see my ugly face. That was...
Okay, video over. It's now merchandise.
Yes.
See, this person makes videos to sell a product.
Pretty much. His product is his comedy and merch. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go.
North Korea, or as it is more
Garbage audio. Borderline unwatchable.
Of Korea. For all practical purposes.
Literally,
this country is a one-party communist
You
state.
cannot. This is not watchable.
Let's see if he's gotten better.
What did you record this on? Your laptop internal microphone? And the levels.
It certainly sounds like it, yeah.
Look, he has all the presentation down.
Bruv.
It's the opposite of us, right? Is he gonna fucking actually have a camera?
The only thing missing is the recognition.
So you have microphone.
That video was 4 years ago. Leave him alone.
No, he has a video that's also the politics of Somaliland, and that's
Okay.
and I put that on the list, and that's why that North Korea video came up.
Okay.
This is just a travel vlog, though. Like,
yeah, I'm kind of
interested.
interested.
We can see a better artist than this guy.
Okay. Sure.
But like he has, I put a video by him where it's the politics of Somaliland, which is the most interesting thing in Somaliland.
Mm. Hey, West Papua.
Another country where the politics are one of the more interesting things going on there.
Eritrea?
He's a map man.
He is a map man. Iraqi Kurdistan.
Iraqi Kurdistan. But you recognize Somaliland. But you're gonna fucking Iraqi Kurdistan them?
Why American loves Somaliland? Is that the one? Two countries, one election. Let's do
No,
this.
bro. I honestly, I didn't know he had a
autumn
bunch
of
of Somaliland videos. It was like that North Korea video.
Okay, it might be an
saved
older
it
one.
somewhere.
Recognized Federal Republic of Somalia and the government of the totally unrecognized breakaway
This is better
Republic
audio.
of Somaliland both plan to hold national elections during the first half of 2021.
Proper level.
Only one of these two governments actually followed through, and it wasn't the internationally recognized one. Yes, Somaliland, a country which no one recognizes, held a nationwide vote which was not only a democratic triumph for the people of Somaliland, I would say it was a genuine triumph for democracy in general. Let's take a look at what happened, both Somaliland's successful election and Somalia's disastrous failure to hold one so far.
You're not going to be impressed. It's also a 4-year-old video.
So, the Republic of
Hey!
Somaliland, a self-declared state located in the Horn of Africa, has 3 political parties.
Garbage audio.
And you might be wondering, Fredo, do you mean Somaliland has 3 major political parties? And I would answer no. Somaliland has only 3 political parties. And then you might ask, do you mean that Somaliland only has 3 political parties?
Okay,
with
we get
elected
it. This video
representatives in
sucks.
Parliament?
We
And I
get
would
it,
answer
bro.
No, seriously. Listen to me.
We get it. They have 3
Somaliland-
political parties. Thank you for taking a solid minute to explain one thing
According
to me.
to the international establishment, the Federal
Wikipedia,
Republic
when
of
you're
Somalia-
less efficient than Wikipedia, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if I can,
Yeah,
like, because I have
controls-
to find that information myself instead of sleeping while you tell it to me. I have to actively use my eyeballs, you know? And it would take me more effort to listen to that video than to read a fucking Wikipedia article on Somaliland politics.
That is true.
I guarantee you I would learn, in the same amount of time that video played, I would have to read that wiki article, and I guarantee you I would learn more than the video.
Probably
That's,
would.
you know what I'm saying?
You gotta add some flair into it, though. Ow.
this territory. But in reality, it
You
does
know,
not
you
rule
gotta fucking
this northwest
make
region.
sure the video's
This is
10
the
or 20
self-declared
minutes is
Republic
what you
of
gotta do.
Somaliland,
It's called PAD.
which, despite being recognized by no other country, has gradually built itself into a relatively peaceful, prosperous, and democratic state since breaking away from Somalia over 30 years ago. So let's start with the election in Somalia, the one which hasn't happened yet. The current president is one Mohammed Abdullahi Mohammed. Here are some interesting facts about him. He is almost
Oh, boy.
universally known by the nickname Farmajo, so much that he is often referred to as President Farmajo in the international media.
Sounds like
Formaggio
he's a
is the
President
Somali word
cheese.
for cheese. Supposedly, he liked to eat a lot of cheese as a
you
child.
see how I
and
fucking
Formaggio
had
is
it
his family
before he
nickname.
could even do
So,
it?
if you want to know who the big cheese is in Somalia, it's Formaggio. While working for the Somali Foreign Ministry during the mid-1980s, Formaggio got a gig working at the Somali Embassy in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
When the dictatorial regime, which
Stop.
had run Somalia
Stop.
for
Stop.
decades, fell
Stop.
apart
Stop.
in the
Stop.
early
Stop.
1990s,
Stop.
Formaggio
This
stayed...
video is dog shit. What a shit video with so much potential. Anyway, Geography Now has a great Somaliland video.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to watch something about Somaliland.
Maybe. There's more Australian videos I didn't realize.
He actually went there as well.
Really?
For his video.
Oh, that's the buff dude that talks about countries? Yeah, send me that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, do that one. That'll be much better. I don't know what the Daily Oz
I'm Billy
is.
Fitzsimons.
I'm Zara Seidler.
Who the fuck
We have
are
a
you
little bit
people?
of a different episode for you today. We are breaking the fourth wall and telling you the story of how we have tried.
That's not how this works. You are literally breaking the fourth wall at every
We're
point.
giving you a little behind the scenes take on how we failed to do our jobs.
A
Is that what
podcast
this
is literally fourth wall
Wait,
breaking
wait.
incarnate.
Hang on.
Yes.
Is
what it
this
seems
not... Is Peter Dutton appear in this video at all to talk to them? Is this just about... This is literally just about them not being able to get Peter Dutton on their show because they don't matter.
And tried.
That's why
to
I
get
put this
opposition
on here.
leader Peter Dutton
Because
to
I
sit
didn't
with
want
the
to actually
Daily Oz
watch
for a
this.
one-on-one
I was like,
interview in
oh
the
my
lead-up
god,
to the
is this
election,
literally
which
a
is now
video on
just 3
how
weeks
they
away. Now,
failed
our
as
initial-
producers? Look at them
Amazing.
showing up to an office and everything. Oh my goodness.
What is this?
It's a fucking indie. We'll acquire them. We'll eat them.
This is an interesting channel. Oh, wait. Are these guys... What the fuck is happening? Okay, this is an interesting channel. Alright,
The
let's
goal
go.
was actually a little bit more ambitious than a sit-down interview, but we will tell you more about that in a moment. The reason we wanted to explain this today is because, firstly, we do get asked quite often about how these interviews come about, and we also wanted to have an honest conversation about what the Daily Oz's goal is this election, and some of the preconceived ideas that come with working in youth media.
Okay, so Billy, we're going to start
Youth
by
media?
sharing the story and
fuck
I
does
guess
that
the
mean?
lead up to where we find.
You're just media. Stop degrading yourself.
Nah, see, we do zines.
Is that English?
Zine? Yeah. It's short. It's a short, cool way to say magazine. It's like when you print your own like magazine. It's like punk rock. And then so like before Blogspot, there was this thing. It was called e-zine. Oh, it's when you took your fucking cool, independent, self-published printed zine and put it on the internet. I guarantee you, go look at Jake from Popular Front. I guarantee you he has a zine. I guarantee you, they literally call it a zine. I guarantee he has it. He's just the kind of guy who would do it. Yeah, there's like, the first time I heard that word, it was the girl in Rocket Power talking about how she had a zine.
I don't know what any of those words mean.
You don't know? Wait. You don't know what Rocket Power is?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Rocket Power. It's a show.
No idea.
You didn't have that?
I guess not.
It's actually like a really fucking good kids show. It's literally about kids who skateboard and shit. and surf.
Okay, these guys,
because skateboarding was big at the time.
These
So
guys are
Nickelodeon made a
specifically-
show.
Yeah, these guys are specifically targeting younger people. Is what
Yes,
they mean by
they're youth media. They have a zine, Jack.
Find ourselves today, which is going on our podcast and talking about our efforts to get Peter Dutton.
I wonder who funds them. They have an office and staff and this nice setup and who pays them?
VC.
What is that?
Venture capital, just like Vice.
Yeah. That's what I assume because it's like 2,000 views.
But this story didn't start today. It certainly didn't start this week. It didn't even start this year. So
Well,
talk
I'm
to
sure
me
they do
about
better
what
numbers
happened
on
last September.
like
Yes, so
TikTok
last September
and
is
stuff.
when we first sent an email to the Labour Party and the Liberal Party requesting
We got
for
it. We
a
cannot
leaders'
watch
debate.
this. This
You
is a
have to
waste of
remember
time.
that
We're
obviously
talking
now-
about emails. We sent an email to a guy and it didn't work out. Fucking congratulations. Welcome to Hollywood. Like, wow. It's like, I don't want to hear about
All right.
the most boring
Hello and
tedious
welcome
part
to the-
of my job.
Let's,
You know what I'm saying?
Let's hear another one from another group of them talking about the worst radio hosts in Australia.
Daily Oz, I'm Emma Gillespie.
I'm Zara Seidler.
Australia's most listened to radio show has breached decency standards, according to the media watchdog.
These are the guys that
Communications
fucking
and Media Authority,
they interviewed fucking the ISIS commander.
I'm sure, it wouldn't surprise me.
Dude, it's actually a really good interview they did with the ISIS commander.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Because Kyle Sandilands is one of the biggest fuckwits in the country.
These were like the first guys to do it. And then like a bunch of us fucking like just were able to fucking just he talk to anyone. He literally platformed a militant leader of ISIS to right? He did the fucking Andrew Tate thing that Tom and Christina did.
Yes, yes.
Like it's their fault.
Although,
formally,
I don't know how much I blame them for Andrew Tate. Like they were kind of taking the piss out of him to his face.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, it's like, and he's so self-aware of what's going on in that moment, and then months later, blows up.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they literally were ahead of the meme.
Yes, but they always are. I don't know what the fuck kind of algorithm they have, but they are broken.
Investigation into the Kyle and Jackie O show last year after it received a listener complaint in June. It has now found segments of the show, hosted by Kyle Sandilands and Jackie O Henderson, quote, would be considered offensive to any reasonable person listening to the broadcast. Today, we are going to unpack everything you need to know about this investigation, where it came from, what it found, and what it means for this very popular breakfast radio duo.
That is one of the most meaningless phrases I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Any
This
reasonable person? Fuck yourself. How about
Bro,
that for reasonable?
My favorite is their fucking my Starbucks cup logo. Like this is like, you know how I could just I found Breakthrough News. I took one look and I was like IRGC. I could see the production value and everything. I immediately like this is the thing is like you look at these things and it's so fucking obvious how they're packaged.
Yeah.
When I think of Kyle and Jackie, I think of this
like conceptually wise, like product wise, marketing wise, fantastic logo. Okay, on a human being level, the fact that it's also minimalist and it looks great in a little minimalist icon that will look great on an app for somebody's homepage You know, that's what I fucking hate about it.
Yeah.
Specifically, is
It's so
how
uninspired.
It's too inspired. It's so meticulously designed. Like, it's such a meticulously designed product. It's over-engineered,
Yes,
you know
okay.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, look at the icon. It looks perfect, like any icon you would have on a modern app on your phone. Down in, like, the corner next to subscribe there. It looks great, right?
Yes, yeah. Alright, it's there, boom. Our logo. Or do we want this one?
See? Nobody knows what the fuck that is. That's
Yeah,
a
exactly.
terrible logo. You know what I mean? Literally nobody knows what that is.
Good.
But that's the thing.
Presence.
Is like you don't need to do, like, Twitter is a fucking bird. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
then they changed it to like a T. No, it's an X.
An
Tumblr
X.
is just a T. Facebook is an F. Like,
Yes.
fuck off, bro. Like,
When I
make your logo interesting and memorable.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a fucking coffee cup for your youth politics, whatever.
I went to school on the radio every single day, you know, always being talked about among kids in the schoolyard, that sort of thing. But I recognise, of course, that I grew up in Sydney and that Kyle and Jackie O had this real stronghold over Sydney. But if you grew up in other parts of the country, that wasn't necessarily the case. So for listeners who haven't grown up with them in the car or on
ready?
the bus,
I got it.
What do people need to know about?
Here's what you need to know. This is Australia's Howard Stern. Okay,
Yes.
moving on.
Pretty much, yeah.
Kyle and Jackie O, and I guess their presence in the Australian radio media scene.
Yeah, I think even if you aren't
Yeah.
in Sydney where they've broadcast for so many years, you're probably familiar with Kyle and Jackie O through the lens of controversies,
Yeah.
through the lens of headlines.
Yeah.
They do broadcast in Melbourne now. We're going to
So
get
recently.
a little
Fucking
bit
please
into that.
mention the
exactly.
fact that they
But before we
interviewed an
dive in,
ISIS
I
leader.
do think it's important to understand the scale of Kyle and Jackie O, the scale of this show. It's a commercial radio breakfast show hosted by Kyle, who is now 53, Jackie is 50, and they are on the KISS network every morning. Now, as you mentioned, Zara, they are a mainstay of Sydney radio. They've been working together since 2000, and they've pretty
Wow.
much broken...
No wonder it feels like they've been at every point of my life. 'Cause
Yeah.
they literally have been.
We have grown up with
Yeah.
them. They've been on air for 25 years this year, and they've broken pretty much every record there is to break in Australian radio. They're the most listened to show in the country. They are the highest paid media personalities in Australia, above any television presenter ever. In November 2023, they signed
Radio hosts. This country is a joke.
a 10-year deal reportedly worth $200 million, securing their place not only on Sydney's KISS until 2034, but also expanding their reach to include Melbourne. Now,
Literally everybody in Melbourne was like, we don't want them here. Because they're pieces of shit. Nobody likes them. It's like an exclusively cunty Sydney thing. Like I
The
don't
show?
I don't understand why people in Melbourne like it. The elitists cunty Sydney attitude that they come with is the same kind of attitude that I feel like New Yorkers and people from LA have, that sort of beef between them. Then there's those differences. It's kind of like that. I would imagine. Like it's literally that. Fuck Kyle and Jackie O. They are awful. Awful people. Awful presenters. It's just that the media realizes that people love listening to shit that makes them angry. So they keep them on the air. All people have to do is change the station. Or, even better, don't listen to fucking radio.
But here's the thing. Does he have like characters to come in, like Gary the retard?
I don't think so. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. It's just Kyle the retard. Like he is not a smart person.
This is a really important part of the story because Melbourne is where this complaint that ACMA investigated actually came from.
Okay, so let's deal with the Melbourne part first and then with the ACMA complaint second. So we mentioned earlier, it's fairly recent that Kyle and Jackie O have been exported as such to Melbourne because they're Sydney-based, they record from Sydney. What do we need to know about why they have launched in Melbourne and what it's been like in that market?
Yeah.
How you talking?
Same page, okay.
Are we ready to play, everyone? Are our seatbelts on? Do either of you have to use the men's room before we start?
Nah.
No. Okay, here we go. All right. Here we go. Beetlejuice, you're first. And here is your question. Spell red.
Red. L-S-T-E-R.
All right. Is that your final answer?
My final answer.
All right. I think that's close enough, but
No.
all right. Okay, the judges are saying that's not exactly right. I'm going to go to Gary. Spell
L-S-T-E-R.
red.
R-E-D.
That is one right.
That is correct.
You got it
Gary
right.
has one.
You were close.
That one correct.
You got one right. Big deal.
But that's, we're just beginning.
You did it. All right. Beetlejuice, you were close.
One letter.
All right. All right, Gary. Your turn now. Here we go. This could be a
You
romp.
got to go back to Beetlejuice after every right answer that Gary gives.
You do? All right, I'll go to Beetlejuice first. Robin's right, because you got the last one right. That's right. That's right. Beetlejuice, I'll go to you first. That's only fair. Spell red.
L-E-T-E-R.
All right, that's wrong.
D.
Gary, you go. Spell red.
R-E-D.
That's correct. All right. All right, you have two right.
Two right.
And Beetlejuice, you have none right. But it's only 2-0. You could come back.
I could come back with. Yeah,
All
anytime.
right, let's go to our third question. Spell red.
Spell red.
Yeah.
L-A-E-T-E-R-D.
Close but not right. Go ahead, Gary.
R-E-D.
That is correct. You have 3 now.
3 right.
All right, he's doing good. All right, Beetlejuice, let's go. All right, let's go again. All right. Then we'll move on to the next question.
Beetlejuice's question.
Here's Beetlejuice's question. Beetlejuice, how many days are in a week?
A week? Okay. In a week, 7 days.
That is
That
right.
would be a correct answer.
The score now is 3-1. Where'd you pull that out of?
I got a right wrong, brother.
Man, you're on a roll. Holy cow.
Man, that shocked me.
Good for you, Beetlejuice. Well, it's a pretty close contest.
Whew.
All right. Who's ready? Okay, Gary goes now.
That's Gary's
right.
turn.
Okay. Gary, this is your question.
Go ahead.
What color is a fire engine?
Red.
Wow.
That's right. That's right.
Gary would be
Spell red.
4 for 4.
All right, Beetlejuice's turn. Beetlejuice, what state are you in today?
Jersey City, New Jersey. Is that your final
Is that your final answer?
My final answer, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
You're in New Jersey right now? Jersey City, yeah. All right.
All right, that was close, but not right. Gary, go ahead. You're nodding your head.
New York.
Right. He got it right. New York, Beetlejuice. You're in New York.
Well, know it.
All right.
It's okay.
All right, it's only 5-1.
Okay. Beetlejuice, I know. I can feel it. Your time is coming. Oh, my time is already coming, baby.
All right, Beetlejuice, here we go. This is from Beetlejuice.
Gary, you be quiet.
What is the opposite of up?
What is it? If you're not up,
Where are you?
what are you? Well, I'm down, baby. All right.
There it is.
I knew it.
Holy cow.
We got ourselves a contest.
We got a contest, boys. It's Beetlejuice has 2. Gary has 5. It's very close.
Oh, man.
All right, here we go.
Gary, this is for you.
This is for Gary. How many hours in a day?
24.
Holy cow.
Man,
That's right.
You haven't ever been on Jeopardy?
Oh, Robin.
The fact that they literally call him Gary the retard to his face. And so, what are these people being canceled for in your country, Jack? Is it anything like that?
I have no idea, because I don't think so. I imagine that he probably said a swear word or something and some Karen had a cry.
Nationally syndicate the show to bring it to broader audiences. And that's something that Kyle and Jackie O have been honest about with kind of their ambitions, that they want to take the show to more cities. So Kiss in Melbourne already had a breakfast show when this deal was announced. That was the Jason Lauren show, and it was axed from the network after 2.5 years on air. Now, there was a fair bit of backlash in Melbourne to
And Kamala
that announcement at the
Harris
time.
like, I'm too good for Joe Rogan. I'm gonna go on Howard Stern, the liberal one.
Amazing.
Are you fucking for real?
Nova, a commercial station, eventually signed Jace and Lauren in Melbourne, and since then they've actually grown their audience really significantly.
Jason Lauren, that
Jason
is.
Lauren,
Yeah, with
exactly,
Nova.
with Nova, while Kyle and Jackie O have really struggled in Melbourne.
Good.
The first radio ratings of 2025 dropped last week, and that gave us the kind of first taste this year of how all the radio networks and programs are performing. Now, the Kyle and Jackie O show in Melbourne ranked 6th amongst the commercial stations and 8th overall for breakfast.
Nice.
Nova, at the same time, which recruited Jason Lauren from Kiss, has literally double the share that Kiss does in Melbourne for breakfast. So that's the 5:30 to 9 a.m. slot.
There's so much to be said just on this topic alone.
I'm not even up at that time, though.
I wake up at 10 a.m. after the breakfast. So I don't even know who these people are.
There are many reasons being put forward as to why Kyle and Jackie O haven't
Howard is also a
flourished,
morning
perhaps,
show,
as much
by the
as
way.
they were expected to. Also important to
morning
note,
show?
it's still
Well,
fairly early days, so their fortunes could still shift there in the Melbourne market. I know
mean,
my
I'm
partner,
sure
who's a
really,
Melburnian, and I
like,
have thought about this
you know,
on
it's
many
got a lot
an
of
occasion.
energy.
We won't get into.
You know, it's probably great for your fucking commute. When you're stuck in traffic, you're fucking laughing about the fucking thing, bringing a guy on, calling him Gary the retard to his face.
guy, I'm being unable to spell red. That's pretty fucking funny.
To that, I do just want to compare though
LS.
the Melbourne versus
I
Sydney
think he
thing.
spelled later
Clearly,
at one point.
Kyle and Jackie O are massive in Sydney. Can you just paint the picture as to how massive they are?
So while we know that this is a show that is struggling to secure that audience in Melbourne just yet, it's such a different story here in Sydney. Kyle and Jackie O lead the commercial breakfast radio ratings by a significant...
They are... Okay, so they are a independent media firm running a highly produced show with 15,000 subscribers out of one of the most expensive cities on Earth. Who funds you? Who the fuck funds you?
margin. So, for example, in the latest survey that was dropped last week, Kiss has a 13.3% share of breakfast radio listeners. Its closest competitor is Gold, owned by the same network, ARN, on 8.9%. And Kyle and Jackie O have won something like the last 50 radio surveys, as they're called, radio surveys, in a row. So for 50 surveys back to back to back to back, they have dominated, they have secured that top spot. They have smashed every record. They have the biggest share.
Yeah, you see, people in Sydney have, I know I was calling them elitist, but they have shit taste. You know, they live in Sydney. They think they're the most important because Sydney is the city on the postcards. But anybody who knows that Melbourne is the real cultural centre of Australia. Sydney is a tourist hotspot, and that's about it. You know, there are barely any right turns. Lots of one-way streets and no right turns.
That's kind of like Jersey, except
it's
no left turns. Opposite side of the road, though. You know, so it's literally the same thing.
So the reason that we are talking about Carl and Jackie O today is because there was a finding handed down by ACMA, the media regulator, last week. And just to set the scene as to where that finding kind of lands, can you just talk me through some of the controversies that Carl and Jackie O have found themselves embroiled in over, as you said, the last 25 years?
Yeah, I mean, this could be its own episode talking about each of these controversies, but broadly, all you really need to know is that they typically centre around comments made by Kyle Sandilands rather than Jackie Henderson. He has been at the centre of all these kinds of accusations of insensitive content, vulgar content. We've seen advertisers withdraw their support for the show over certain controversies. And we've also had multiple standards investigations by ACMA, which have found breaches of decency standards on several occasions, including some stories that made headlines on the show about discussions around MPOX, discussions and comments about the Virgin Mary, Kyle Sandilands asking a 14-year-old about her sexual experiences. Many of these, I'm sure, will ring bells for listeners to the podcast
I'm
today.
sure Howard Stern
But
hasn't done
last year,
anything like that.
Yeah, I'm sure Howard Stern has done nothing of the sort.
I'm
all
sure
kind
he
of came to a head.
As
We
it
heard from Green
crossed the
Senator
line.
Sarah Hanson-Young in Parliament accusing the Communications and Media Regulator, ACMA, of failing to investigate content breaches by Kyle and Jackie O. And in that context, the head of ACMA was facing questions during Senate
Nobody's
hearings.
viewing anymore.
Here's a little bit of what Hanson-Young said at the time.
They said,
which I
we're done. We don't care about this dumb Australian radio
Fair
host
enough.
story.
Dave Rubin,
Do something else then.
Benny
Yeah, this
Johnson,
is what I'm
and
talking
others,
about.
it seems, had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu was visiting, and according to the Jewish Insider, which I think is the only source that we have on this, Netanyahu met with these podcasters.
Tim
Now,
Pool
the
got real
reason
mad
it's interesting is
that
because these are
people
also
started
people who
accusing him
received
of
out and out
Jew plotting. They're saying,
bet
you're
he
one
did.
of the Jews.
Hilarious.
Russian
Yep.
money. Now, we're at a time where
Well,
you know,
when you caught Nazis, this is what happens. I can't say I have
speaking
any
of which,
sympathy.
That fucking Nick Fuentes video in the streaming fun list. We gotta watch that.
Can you send the link specifically?
Yeah, I'm just working
Have you got
on
it? Have you got
something.
Yeah, have you got it up already?
I'll pull it in the streaming fun. It's already
Yeah, okay.
there.
You know,
We still have to watch
Zionist
that
money
JD
and-
Vance China video too.
Okay, send both of those in the private chat and I'll bring them up. And then we can transition over to the movie afterwards if you want to, if we're doing
If
that.
anyone voted in the poll.
and pro-Israel money is flowing through all of these organizations, all of these people. It's been flowing through just our general culture in terms of, hey, do you want a free trip to Israel if you're Jewish or not, right? Someone I know years ago, I was like, oh, he was a DJ, and he was like, you want to go to Israel? And I'm like, oh, actually, I don't really want to go on a propaganda trip. Thank you, bye. But it's like, whoever you are, get a free trip, come through. The propaganda is on all levels that Israel has known for many years.
What's her position on China? She knows that China does this? This is like very, very common? Like this is standard soft power shit. I bet you Russia will start doing it soon as well. Soft genocide denying tourism. Because that's what this is. It's tourism to deny genocide. It's exactly what China does. So the Xinjiang fucking dancing Uyghurs.
Years now, for decades now, that they need to do the job of making themselves look good. And so it is very sus that right-wingers and right-wing mouthpieces that received Russian money to basically peddle lies about Ukraine and cast doubt on the Russian instigated war with Ukraine are now meeting with Bibi Netanyahu because, you know, the wheels are coming off. The curtain has been lifted. Zionism is now a dirty word, even in just general apolitical people. People don't even really check.
Sorry, is there a dinosaur movie that isn't Jurassic Park? We can watch Land Before Time. I'll watch The Land Before Time. You want to watch The Land Before Time?
No.
Why not?
Do
Did
kaijus count?
Did you put that movie on the list that I told you about? That I popped into chat and chucked the title down. I think it was Sirocco and the something clouds or something like that. French film.
Homo and the homosexuality clouds?
Sure.
The homo demons.
Sirocco and the Kingdom of Winds is what it's called. It's a new movie.
Back in, have seen dead children on their feeds, are like, what is going on? Why are we supporting this? This seems bad. I didn't really have an opinion of Israel before, but it sure as shit is not good right now. And so this was the reporting.
Yeah,
Netanyahu pushes back on
That's funny. It's funny she says that, because that was basically me. I had no opinion of Israel. I didn't give a fuck. Now I do.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-Israel trends in meeting with podcasters, which I think is very interesting because it means he was approached about these very things. Netanyahu tried to push back against anti-Israel trends in the right-wing media world by holding a briefing in the Blair House for podcasters and other media figures. Among those in attendance were Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer, random, but I guess he's got podcasts, writers Bethany Mandel, David J. Harris Jr., influencers Jessica Krause, commentary senior editor Seth Mandel, and Federalist editor-in-chief Molly Hemingway. Okay, so maybe not good old Betty Johnson. In addition to Netanyahu, his diplomatic advisor Ophir Falk and an Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Yishol Leiter, were present on the Israel side. Poole expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space. You mean Candace Owens? Also, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, not the same thing, according to sources in the room. Poole famously had Kanye West on his podcast, and the rapper walked out mid-interview after Poole pushed back on his anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Poole, Netanyahu said that is the reason he invited the group to meet with him. Poole argued that there is a Qatar...
Okay, I'm going to pull her up on this. Tim Pool didn't host Kanye. Tim Pool hosted Nazis that brought Kanye with them. You have to understand that. Kanye is 100%
transition's great.
being
Into the
manipulated.
Nick Fuentes video.
Yeah, 100% being manipulated by Nazis, and now he's been wound up so much that he's now self-perpetuating. Like, Tim Pool is partly to blame.
op to manipulate social media algorithms to make anti-Semitic and anti-Israel.
Oh, and this is also in the events, in the lead up to the events of that Mexican mass shooter in Texas, in Allen, Texas. This was one of the episodes where Tim hosted Nazis in the lead up to this event. So, yeah, pretty cool, pretty fucking cool.
Episodes appear to receive far more views than, say, tips for picking up women, which is so funny that he would say that, in order to incentivize podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. This is like all over the place, my guy. Netanyahu, however, was non-committal in his response, saying only that it's possible. The prime minister emphasized in the context of Qatar as well as Iran that Israel and the U.S. share the same adversaries. Iran, Netanyahu said, wants to destroy both the U.S. and Israel. Hemingway asked Netanyahu several questions about Israel's planned response to the Iran nuclear threat, including whether Israel wants a ground war with Iran, yes, and whether Israel expects America to help fight such a war. Netanyahu said Israel never asked America to put boots on the ground in its defense and does not plan to. Netanyahu insisted President Trump knows what he's doing. The prime minister spoke extensively about the deep state in Israel at a time when he's seeking to fire the head of Shin Bet. Oh, yeah. Shin Bet, who has come out against Netanyahu, ultimately, and is just specifically for, for breaking the ceasefire. And his justice minister want to fire the attorney general, with whom Netanyahu has clashed repeatedly since returning to office in 2022. Remember that even Israelis who, are maybe on board with the war, the genocide, they know Netanyahu's a criminal. They were protesting him because he is like a white collar criminal. He has ignored, again, all these other entities within Israel, like Shin Bet, like his own, whether it's justice, whether it's, intelligence. But I love the idea that there is a Qatari op. We know what they're talking about, right? We know what they're talking about. They're talking about Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera Media Network. I worked there for many years, 5 years. I worked at AJ Plus. And yes, they've been doing wall-to-wall coverage of Gaza, what's been going on. We know that Bassam, who has been reporting live from Gaza, AJ Plus was working with them. They won an Emmy for that reporting. Hi, this is Bassam, or I believe this is Bassam from Gaza. They regularly target not only Al Jazeera journalists, of whom they have murdered in recent days and weeks, but also the heads of Al Jazeera, whether it's in the West Bank or, well, specifically in the West Bank. I don't think there was a head in Gaza, or there might have been at some point. But they've blocked Al Jazeera from getting in there. So it's funny that he's like, maybe that's the case. Like, you say that all the time, that you think that Al Jazeera is a Qatari op. It's just a state-funded media outlet. Like, that's all it is. It's fine to say it's a state-funded media outlet. I personally think it happens to be one of the good ones. It's been award-winning. I know great people who work there.
Same thing. It's the equivalent to PBS.
Like everything the Qatari
Yes.
government does? No, of course not. Was anyone ever telling me what to say? No, they were not. That's just real talk. But the idea that like they are artificially inflating the anti-Semitic, nah, man, the genocide is doing that. It's like the same thing that Donald Trump was like, there's so much death in Gaza.
I think she might be the only rational person we've watched for a while. Outside of like the regular people.
Why do you think the Young Turks couldn't have her around anymore?
Yeah, it's very interesting that she's so incredibly rational. Because didn't you say that she's like hardcore commie?
No.
No?
She's a comedian.
Maybe that was someone else that was... and I'm getting confused. I don't know.
I mean,
but
she's progressive.
she seems very, very logical and grounded. Like, nothing that I've heard her say is, like, kicking off red flags of, like, what the fuck?
So, wow, it's everyone's dying. It's like, your man is doing the killing, right? The reason that people are watching is because it keeps on happening. Whether it's hospital workers, medics being zip-tied and murdered, shot in the head, bullets in children. The New York Times did a story about that. Sniper bullets in the heads of children.
American citizen murdered by Israeli snipers.
I mean, I don't understand how you can't watch that and not just like, I mean, hey, any soft Zios, any liberal Zionists still following me, still waiting for the apology. You just have to lead with an I'm sorry. You can go from there. But anyway, that's Tim Pool. They're literally having this meeting. My question is, how much money did they then offer them? But Tim, he acknowledges that the meeting happened. He said, just left a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in D.C. Interesting discussion. I will discuss more tomorrow night on Timcast IRL. I mean, I kind of feel like even though it was maybe a stupid thing to say, like, at least Tim, like, asked a question instead of, it was like, hey, it's kind of getting hard to launder your bullshit. But what do you think? I want to just share. I haven't watched this, and it's long, so let me just share a little bit of it and see what he has to say about the meeting.
Currently, there is fake news about me, so last night I wasn't here. I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was under what's called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it, and they would. However, what I love about what the White House is currently doing, when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism, culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we respect it tremendously, most people...
Wait, I love that he just kind of dunked on himself. When you bring a bunch of people together, podcasters who don't really know about journalism, like, okay, thank you for admitting that.
Didn't know what Chatham House meant. So, with all due respect, it's funny because they bring us into the Blair House, which is where Netanyahu was staying. And immediately people are walking around with their cameras, their phones up. They actually took our phones from us. And I legit thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning you can't quote the prime minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped, and they'd provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we ain't putting our quotes on that one. So the story that comes out, which basically violated whatever, I was going to talk about what we went there for a reason. This story from Jewish Insider says Netanyahu pushes back on anti-Israel trends in a meeting with podcasters.
What was the reason that you went there? Like, what? Like, tell me the reason. What was it? What was it to do? Were you gonna like strike a deal? You gonna get some money? You gonna get $100,000 a video?
I don't know if the individual who wrote this, Lahav Harkov, was actually there, but this is wrong. It's fake news. And people are now spreading fake news about me because I'm going to go ahead and say as arrogantly as I can to everyone else who was there. I hope you all hear me because I'm saying this somewhat facetiously. I think I was the only one that asked a real question. Now that I've pissed off all the other journalists and individuals who were there, most people were asking what I would describe as, I don't know, I felt like pretty obvious questions. Is there going to be a war with Iran? Do you think the nuclear talks are going to be good? That Trump is going to be talking with you? Will it work out for you? What's the concern? What's going on with your prime ministership or whatever? And you get these answers that I really felt like you could have just got off Fox News. You know, the prime minister's going to get asked about this stuff, and he's going to say, I can't speak too much on the nuclear deals, blah, blah, blah.
Here's a question for him. Why do you continue to tank hostage deals while you claim hostages are the most important thing to you? Huh? Benjamin Netanyahu? Why is this? If you are the most advanced military in the world, why do you choose to drop dumb bombs on civilians instead of inserting teams to rescue the hostages?
It was a terrorist hospital.
Maybe then some tough questions, and when he dodges it, don't actually let him dodge it.
Chemical weapons, I would make it look like a chocolate chip cookie factory or something.
This was
what he is doing though. But you have to understand, like, the Iran stuff is incredibly relevant because if, as Ken Klippenstein has reported and others have reported, a bunch of B-52s are being mobilized in order to possibly strike Iran, and I said this on the damage report in my predictions for 2025. I apologize, but I do think we will be bombing Iran openly. The United States will be attacking Iran within the year. That is my feeling. That is what I think is going to happen.
Well, that's correct.
Because Netanyahu wants this. Of course he wants a hot war. So I think also a lot of this is interesting because it's like Netanyahu floating to the lackeys like, hey, you made Ukraine look like they were stuck up and, undeserving of support, or like they were the bad guys. So are you going to make sure that you're going to launder to your big audience us? And honestly, even if his question was ignorant and not correct, it was interesting if Tim Pool actually did ask about growing anti-Israel sentiment. Like that is just a legitimately interesting question. Even if it's coming from someone who's super incurious about the world
anyone
that he
voted
reports
in
or
this
he discusses, and is
really
also,
is
has
isn't he?
platformed anti-Semites himself.
Chatham House, and it was expected whatever he said was going to come out.
Somebody, I don't know who, it might have been an Iron Brown video.
However, in the story they say,
about whenever they bring up
concerns about
the
increased
boat that
anti-Semitism and
Israel
anti-Zionism
bombed
and
the
pro-Trump
U.S.
podcasting.
ship.
Yeah.
He gets really squirrely and wants to run away from it. It might have been
that's
Majority
funny.
Report.
That's very funny. Wait, Netanyahu does?
No, Tim. When somebody
why?
brings it up on his show, he quickly changes the topic.
That's
it's very
weird.
funny.
Why?
I don't know.
Very strange.
Space, according to sources in the room, so they weren't there. Poole famously had Kanye West on his podcast, and the rapper walked out mid-interview after Poole pushed back against anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Poole, Netanyahu said that the reason he invited the group is to meet with him. To me? Poole argued...
Wait, is it B-250s, not B-52s? It's not like Rock Lobster?
B2.
I thought they were just going to
Oh my God,
that's how you win a war,
That's
is
so
that you
funny.
just play the B-52s endlessly until Iran relents. Because honestly, if I'm Iran, I'm like, that dude, I fucking hate Rock Lobster.
You that there is a
that might work.
to manipulate
That's not a
social
bad
media
plan.
algorithms to make anti-Semitic
Just
and
Abu
anti-Israel
Ghraib
episodes appear to
fucking
receive far more views than
speakers
say
all over
tips for picking
Iran
up women.
playing Rock
In order to
Lobster.
incentivize podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. Netanyahu, however, was not
Another
convinced
Family
Iran
Guy
only
thing.
possible. Fake news.
How dare you, Tim?
Absolute fake news. It's close to reality, but this is what they do. Okay, first, the person who was there clearly.
It's close to reality. Well, how?
Wasn't there. Ask somebody, who then conveyed incorrectly what I actually said. I said there has been a report released from pro-Israel sources alleging Qatar is funding bots and operations to promote anti-Israel content. Is there any evidence that's true? And he said, I don't know. It's possible. That's what happened. I did not say they actually were doing that because I don't know that they're actually doing it. However, I did, to a variety of people, express what I've expressed on this show, that there are clearly bots that are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. That is not to say that people who are critical of Israel don't exist or that no one is critical of Israel. People certainly are. So my concern was, and I will say this too, speaking about the meeting, how they discussed Iran, the threat, and all of these things, I feel, based on that meeting, and I don't know if this was their intention or otherwise, that they are absolutely clueless as to what is going on in this country. They are too heavily focused on kinetic, on-the-ground Israel issues, which I can understand, I guess.
Kinetic.
And my attitude, and I'll tell you one thing I said to them, to these officials. In 10 years, your support will be your support from the U.S. will be evaporating, and in 20 years,
did he say that? Hang on.
Support from the U.S. These officials in 10 years issues, which I can understand, I guess. And my attitude, and I'll tell you one thing I said to them.
I call bullshit on him saying this, but okay.
These officials.
You said bitch,
in 10
though.
years,
You used
your
the B
support
word.
will be your support from the U.S. will be
Not the B
evaporating,
word.
and in 20
It's
years,
a Key and
you will
Peele
not have
joke.
U.S. support. That's what I said.
He's
So,
like, they're
and I stand
talking
by
about,
that.
like,
I don't know,
their wives.
You know, when it came to talks about
Okay.
Iran,
And he's like, and I was
certainly
like,
there was a deep
and he
concern.
looks around and he's like,
and the general conveyance from the
and he's like, oh, you said bitch though, and he's like, yeah. And like the whole point is that they clearly didn't say that to their wife. Like that's the whole joke. So when you hear me say you
Yes,
said
okay.
bitch though, I'm referencing them basically saying something that didn't
okay.
happen.
Yes, okay. It's like and then they all clapped.
Yeah. Except it's specifically a fucking Key and Peele joke.
Yes.
the Israelis was Iran says death to America. You are their principal target. They're upset that the U.S. is exerting power in the region, which they want to exert. So they're coming for you. Israel's an ally of the United States. Israel's an enemy of Iran. Iran wants to crush Israel, and they want to crush the United States. The sentiment being conveyed was whether the U.S. wants it or not, we will be in a war with Iran, whether we start it or they start it. I'm not.
Ooh, that's exactly what they did. So this is, first of all, look, I think Tim is an idiot, and I would never. I've been very, very grateful to see people like Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland just like hand him his ass, proving that he is not, again, incurious about the world. But it is interesting that like you do see a man whose like antenna is up, especially after the Tenet Media debacle, where he did or didn't know that he was receiving a bunch of Russian money to launder the Ukrainian war, which honestly, I think it was pretty obvious. It's so stupid to be like, I was a victim. Shut up, man. You ask questions when it's that much money. Clearly, he didn't vet it, and we all heard like his coverage and others' coverage about this.
It's true. If somebody came to us with that much money, I'd be like, who do you work for? I'd just be like, what do you mean? $1 million. Who are you?
Well, Sam's conspiracy is the way he was talking to Tim. You know what he thinks? This isn't the first time Tim got that money. That's why he was so incurious about it. Because it was regularly normal for him to take those kinds of money deals for countries. And now there's this whole Israel thing, and that's why Tim's so defensive about it.
That's a very intriguing theory. It also would not surprise me.
Russia probably got him on the bag during Euromaidan. You know, they're like, what's an idiot we can fucking use here? And they made the connection there, you know? No, he didn't do shit there. They wouldn't even know that he was there.
Maybe.
Because he basically wasn't.
Yeah, he just ran away.
I mean, he
But
wasn't
he's
there
now,
for
they're
any
now
of the
being
fucking,
buttered up. They just didn't think.
Like, I mean, it was.
I don't
They were
know
pretty fucking
if the
intense
Jewish
protests.
insider.
But when it actually gets to the revolutionary, I think it's the whole phase is either one is Euromaidan, one is the revolutionary of dignity, but it officially starts a period, basically when the Civil War starts, except it wasn't actually a civil war. It technically was, but
skirmishes and shit.
well, I mean they didn't have actual weapons, you know,
So
but they literally, like, it was. I've never seen anything like it. Marching into sniper fire to overthrow your government with bricks from the street.
It's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few guns on the Ukraine side, but nothing serious.
Yeah. It is pretty fucking crazy.
Article came out before or after.
That's how you know
him tweeting.
It wasn't a fucking US-backed coup.
Yeah, like you could pay people to do that. Like people would give a fuck about money enough to do that. Like, what do you mean? It's ridiculous.
That, but I don't know if he would have openly discussed that a foreign ally wanted a meeting with him, right? Like, that's not a good look necessarily if you're kind of a, low information MAGA chud who's like, generally isolationist and idiotic. Like that's not, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're much more like America first, but like, I'm not going to say that, but like I platform Nazis, but I'm not one, like that's, so it's weird to reveal, like, why were you in this meeting? What was there money? Was there a promise? But it sounds like it was a like, look, we're going to be in a war. He just said that. We're going to be in a war, whether we like it or not, whether the United States likes it or not. So can you help us launder this war for us? And they're...
Hey, you know what the US can do? If Israel gets itself into another war, pull its support from Israel and watch Israel surrender immediately.
Could be money in it for you, possibly.
Problem solved.
I do think it's interesting that he's saying, like, there's not going to be support for Israel in 10 to 20 years. And he might be saying that from a right-wing perspective. We don't want, like, another war. If there are no boots on the ground, maybe. But generally, it's not a popular thing. Or, hey, some of the actual anti-Semites on the right, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, are calling out Israel. They don't like Israel. And I'm starting to see that they're making sense, right? Like, because I see with my eyes, I understand that the war, the genocide is massively unpopular. Again, low information folks, random, especially young people, and they go on to talk about that. Like, it's kind of just interesting to see, like, it's like, a mouthpiece makes his moves. A mouthpiece is like, where do I stand, even though I believe in nothing? Unclear, but this is my assessment. Maybe even people in his chat, maybe even people who, watch his show are like, I don't like Israel. They probably also, again, have a slew of anti-Semitic, baggage on top of that, which is why it is so important to listen to and to make sure that Jews are leading this movement along with Arabs and Muslims and Palestinians specifically. But like, if we can all be involved and support, organizations like If Not Now and Jews for Peace, Jewish Voice for Peace, like, that is our task, because the loud anti-Semites are going to start collapsing, are going to start putting pieces together, and are going to suck up all of the air in this room. I mean, Marjorie Greene is also sort of on the, remember her when she got prickly at the whole, anti-Semitism, calling Jews murderers of Jesus, that's anti-Semitic. And she's like, but Jews did murder Jesus. You know, like that's, so again, we're in this moment, which is so upsetting because it reveals how democratic leadership, progressive leadership, even organizational leadership has been such a zero when it comes to a real anti-militaristic lane, a peace lane, if you will, for the left to get loud. Instead, you've got these dumb mouthpieces who are just knee-jerk isolationists who, of course, don't support Ukrainian sovereignty. And of course, you know, but like the other side is not good. The other side is like, you know, yeah, the Israelis are the Ukrainians. Nah, girl, you got it all twisted. So I don't know. I think this.
What do we want first, Vance or Fuentes?
Oh, the Fuentes video is so good.
Okay, we'll finish on that then.
Vice President J.D. Vance's recent comments about, quote, Chinese peasants. On Tuesday, Beijing slammed Vance for his comments that have drawn widespread ire and ridicule on China's internet in comparisons with Vance's own self-proclaimed hillbilly background. Our Will Ripley has the story.
That's so funny.
Well, good morning, everybody. The American hillbilly versus China's so-called peasants. It all started with this.
And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. From Chinese peasants.
Vance's Chinese peasants comment reaching Beijing within hours. The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly
They really are just handing them literally everything that they could need to convince Americans of, like, just the most basic bitch. A little bit of critical thinking will get you out of their propaganda just to own Trump. It's fucking crazy. Like, stop it. Like, getting closer to a pseudo-fascist ethno-state doing active imperialism to own Trump is a universal L. Stop this. I'm gonna have 0 tariffs on Chinese EVs for Europe now. Let's undercut our own market while also supporting mass slavery in our supply chains. Very cool, Europe. Very fucking cool.
Controlled internet. Government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of US government debt.
That right there, that
Oval Office
specifically is why I said we have to watch this video. That right there.
That's fucking awesome. This is the real reason that I want the CCP to fall, is because we deserve the Chinese people on the internet. They have 1 billion minds that they can add to our hive mind of meme lords. The potential is infinite, and it's being robbed from us by the CCP. We need to draw. We need to bring down the CCP to free the memes.
exchange with Ukraine's president.
Free the memes of production.
Be thanking the president.
One hashtag about the Chinese peasant's remark shot to the top of China's Twitter-like platform Weibo, with millions of views and counting. Many comments boasting of China's modern achievements. Look, this is their true face, arrogant and rude as always. We may be peasants, but we have the world's best high-speed rail.
Oh my god. Not true. Not true. Not true.
the most powerful logistics, and leading AI
Also not true, and also not true. Thanks for playing.
high-end drone technologies. Aren't such peasants quite impressive? Former Global Times editor Hu Xijin posted on Weibo, this true peasant who came out of rural America seems to lack perspective. Many people are urging him to visit China and see reality with his own eyes. Many in China are interpreting Vance's comments as describing all Chinese people. Some even referencing Vance's memoir and movie.
How many times have you seen this?
As one social media post put it, the author of Hillbilly Elegy is calling Chinese peasants? Really?
Incidentally, Hillbilly Elegy was translated into Mandarin. It's actually a bestseller.
Oh my
in China.
God.
But the vice president's soundbite has spiraled into yet another war of words between
This
the
is
U.S.
fucking
and China.
amazing.
And
Is this
Chinese
amazing?
remark
It's
proof
literally-
of what they call American arrogance.
This is a shitstorm you cannot plan. This
It's
is
beautiful.
awesome. This is so good.
As if U.S.-China tensions weren't bad enough over things like tariffs, technology, Taiwan, CNN has reached out to J.D. Vance's office for comment, and so far, nothing. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Well, China, now facing 104% tax on its goods entering the United States, is also hitting back. Beijing announcing it will retaliate with an 84%.
What's up, Beijing?
We are just looking at extreme volatility every time frame. The investment falling really to only grow as more.
So, Nicholas has decided to give Jason Whitlock the wake-up call I've been waiting for conservative blacks to finally get.
I don't know
Nick
who
Fuentes
this guy, the Jason
decided
Whitlock
to,
guy is
go
really,
on his
but
usual race rant about black people
this
in
video
response to
is
the
awesome.
Austin
This guy is a
Metcalf
fucking
and,
great creator. I
Carmelo
just
Anthony
found him.
situation, which is still unfolding as the days go on. And, you know, he went on a rant about black violence and blah, blah, blah. And Jason Whitlock then starts talking about how Nick Fuentes is a demon and all of this stuff, and, you know, condemning Nick Fuentes' racial comments. And I've seen the other one. What's the one? Tatum, Officer Tatum, condemning Nick Fuentes and being mad at Kanye for wearing a robe. Let's just put it like that. A yay robe. I'm sure you can imagine what kind of robe I'm talking about. Anyways, Fuentes and Whitlock get into a back and forth. And Fuentes just finally tells Jason Whitlock a simple and concise, you know, he tells him a simple and concise message. He says, you are a token. He just tells him outright, you are a token. You are here to say things white people cannot say without losing their careers. Don't forget your place. He basically just puts Jason Whitlock in his place. And I've been waiting for a white conservative to do this. And I've seen black people getting mad at
white conservative.
What's the guy's name?
Nick Fuentes.
Mark Lamont Hill. I saw black people getting mad at Mark Lamont Hill for retweeting it. And it's like, when
Hot
will
take,
black people
Nick is
learn?
neither of those
you
things.
can't get black conservatives to come back to the light. There's nothing you can say. White liberals can't even compel these people. They
Isn't
only
this guy
listen to
great?
white
Like,
people,
great
and
energy.
They won't even listen to white liberals.
It is.
Like,
it's
so
good, yeah.
it's gonna
the
take
mic is
white
picking him up perfectly,
conservatives
and it's just a fucking
saying, "Yo,
it's the
like
same
you
mic
helped us
I
get
have,
this
but it
far,
sounds
and
like
now we
fucking
feel pretty
great
comfortable.
because
Now
he
we're
has it
actually really
dialed in.
powerful, and now we're gonna tell you exactly how we
Like,
feel."
it's not something
So
you
we're
can
gonna
really
watch the
do
clip.
live.
By the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say.
Boy.
There's a limit on what I can say without
Remember,
being penalized
I
in the
always
so-called free
undercut Nick
marketplace of
Fuentes'
ideas.
whiteness for
And
fun.
everybody knows it.
Shut up,
Everybody
Mexican.
knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it. Especially in the conservative space that blacks have had it easy. It is.
I'm not gonna lie, the way he's saying blacks, he might as well just say it. He said it before. He said it many times before on his
You know, he really gives me like, who's the KKK guy? The main dude? The big guy?
Cat, help. And make sure you vote in that poll.
what's his fucking name? Is he a politician? It was the guy that tried to downplay the KKK as like a, we're not racist, we just want people to have their own space. That guy.
Chat.
Who's that guy?
Cal.
Okay, I'm working. Can it wait?
David Duke, Cal said.
Yes, that's the one.
Thank you, Cal.
Yes, him. It gives me that guy vibes from the Black Klansman movie. The guy that they cast him in that movie, giving me that vibe. Real like cartoony sort of try hard.
Well, he's a racist, so.
Yeah.
Show. I've seen it multiple times. He might as well just say it. The way he said token black, he might as well just launch it with the ER. He might as well just say it. He might as well just say it. He said it before multiple times. But he's spitting facts. When you're a black conservative and you're making conservative media, you have it easier. People will I feel like now conservative media has simmered to a point where it really doesn't matter what demographic you are. But back in the day, 2016, 2017, if you were a black conservative and you had even a little bit of charisma, you had a career. You had a career. And the reality is this individual here is correct about Whitlock. He's correct. Whitlock's job is to say things white people can't say and to get paid to do so. And if you are a white political commentator who is racist, you're going to have a harder time building a substantial career than a black conservative who also believes negative things about black people and other demographics.
What? Sounds like DEI.
We saw what happened with Candace. Candace used to talk crazy about blacks for years, still does probably to this day. And the moment she decided to speak crazy about the Jewish community, her and Daily Wire were at odds. But it doesn't just end there. The reality is Candace Owens cannot speak ill of one final community, unlike anyone else. Unlike everyone else, Candace Owens has one final community she can never critique, and that is conservative white America. Candace Owens is by no means free. I believe that's what she tweeted out when she was fired. I'm free now. Stop. Calvin is still your master, okay? Benjamin might not be your master, but Calvin for damn sure still is your master. Don't in any way, shape, or form get ahead of yourself, Candace. Conservative white America still owns you. And if you ever critique them, your audience is gone, and you know it. Nick Fuentes is pointing out the truth about black conservatives. And the only way they're going to realize the shit that they're in is if conservative white Americans just tell them straight up, yo, you are a token. You're a token. And the reality is, black conservatives, for the most part, refuse to listen to black people, no matter what we say. Even black people like me, who are willing to talk about, you know, the gang violence and the urban violence in the black community. Even I, right? Even someone like myself cannot get through to a black conservative. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can't get through. They will not listen. They'll never listen.
That's just
At
conservatives.
one point, I thought the only people they'll ever listen to is white liberals, but then they found a way to demonize a white liberal. Now I've realized the only people they will listen to is white conservatives. And even then, I don't really know how many it's going to take before black conservatives finally realize how in deep they're in. Because Fuentes has always been seen as evil and crazy, because he is. It's easy to brush off Fuentes, but how long until the rest of what Fuentes is saying becomes popular to say in right-wing media? Because all sorts of crazy things are becoming popular to say. It's now popular to deny.
Do your transition.
It's now popular to promote. It's now all the stuff Nick Fuentes was toiling away in the shadows doing is now normal on Twitter. That's true. Like, everyone's just doing it. The shit he used to have to fight tooth and nail to do is now it's like tutorial mode for being a far right winger. All of them do it now and they get away with it. I mean, it's their First Amendment right, but still, you get my point. There's no real significant pushback.
I bid you
It
good
only
day,
stands
sir.
to
I bid
reason
you
that
good
if
day.
Fuentes could push the Overton window this far now, who's to say what else is going to become popular thanks to him? And he's going viral every other month on TikTok. It's only a matter of time before it becomes popular to speak this way, to black people and to black conservatives.
Yep.
And for anti-black race.
Yeah, and that's when you start punching these cunts in the head. I mean, realistically, you should be punching them in the head right now. But, you know, it's never too late. Better late than never, they always say.
Racism to become a staple of American culture again. People like Jason Whitlock honestly and truly need to understand that these people are not your friends. White conservatives aren't even white liberals' friends. Like, it's like these people don't like you. They're using you. You give them not the dignity of not being called racist for having an opinion. You give them the lie of being able to say, well, I'm not racist. Look at this black guy who's willing to say all the crazy things I can't say, because people will actually treat the ideas as what they are. Racist. Now, one of my biggest issues is people don't treat black conservatives with the same scrutiny as white conservatives, and it gives them the ability to sneak these crazy ideas under the Overton window. And now here we are. Nick Fuentes becoming more popular now is not just Fuentes waking up every day and streaming. It's a combined effort of all of conservative media boiling up to this point where he is now becoming popular. And now everyone has to pay the price, not just Jewish folk, but black folk too. He's going on anti-black rants all week now, thanks to that stabbing. So Jason Whitlock and Tatum seem to think they can have their cake and eat it too. And it's not going to happen. It's not possible. It's not. A lot of white conservatives have been waiting for a Fuentes. They've been waiting for a popular white commentator who can say all the stuff they want to say. At some point, the black conservative is no longer going to be a marketable shtick. At some point, that shtick is going to die. At this point, I feel like it's dead. I feel like black conservatives, frankly, don't have that same media appeal that they used to have. They just don't. I'm not seeing it. As unfortunate as it is to have to be agreeing with Nick, he's right. Jason Whitlock, you are a token. You are not in any way, shape, or form indicative or emblematic of what the conservative movement actually wants deep down. They don't want to be led by a black person. Look at how much incompetence and buffoonery Donald Trump is able to get away with. You think a black man could get away with even 1/10? Look, they didn't even let Biden. They treat Biden like he's black.
God, I hope he brings up the tan suit.
You would think, bro, the way they talk about Biden, you would think they would like come after him. Like they talk about Biden like he's some black man who had the audacity to look a white man in the eyes in like 1870 or something. They talk.
No. You need to go worse than that. It's like they're a white man in the 1930s, and there's a black guy dating their daughter, and that's why they hate jazz.
Talk about Biden like he's black. You can only imagine how they treat a real black man who...
If you didn't vote for him, you ain't black. So, maybe he is.
Even acted in any way, shape, or form close to Trump. It's about time black conservatives realized you are on your own. I don't believe in saving conservatives of color from what they've chosen. They've chosen to be POCs, as I say, pets of Caucasians.
Oh my God.
They've chosen to be the pets of Caucasians, and frankly, when characters like Nick Fuentes and others unleash on them, I enjoy it. I enjoy it, and I feel no need to speak up about it. It's just like the Vivek Ramaswamy stuff. When Ramaswamy was being
a hot take, you can laugh at it and talk about how it's not good at the same time.
Attacked, and Indians were being attacked, unfortunately, I'm like, bro, don't say anything. Don't try to stop it. This is a canon event that needs to happen. People, Vivek and company needs to see how these people really feel about them deep down. Because it seems like Vivek has bought into this nonsensical narrative that Curtis Yarvin is spreading of like this.
There's only a matter of time until we get a Republican who calls a black person the N-word on screen, on camera somewhere. It's only a matter of time. And then it's just going to be called the Roman swear or something. the Roman slur. You can't use the Roman slur. It's bad.
Muted. I forgot I was
You are
muted. I was saying, the Warren G. Harding, he's a Negro. You know that clip?
No, what is that? Where do you fucking get this shit from?
Dude, no, this is a fucking hardcore political meme from my era. You can see that this guy, the guy who says it, is clearly the last stock of a dying era. You'll see right when you see him be like, oh, of course this guy said that. That looks like a guy who would use that word.
I'm talking more about like explicitly to someone, like in Congress, MTG to Jasmine Crockett kind of shit.
I'm saying we're coming back round to the Warren G. Harding was a Negro time.
Oh, I think I know this video that you're talking about.
It's not been about any other political figure in some time.
You make it sound as though this is the first time we've had a black president.
Well, we have a black president.
Warren G. Harding was a Negro.
Well, we've
Warren
had
G.
black
Harding
president
had
on
African
television.
American.
What?
You're right. Warren G. Harding, it was said, and I think it's probably true, did have some African American
The
blood.
considered historical opinion today is that he was black.
No, he
because he had on the 1 ounce rule or the multiple, multiplications
I'm not
of that.
getting into the 1 ounce rule.
This is Clarence's.
Amazing. Incredible. Okay, you can chuck your movie on now.
Well, wait.
YouTube is going down now.
But did everyone vote in the poll?
I don't know.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Did you vote in the poll?
Did you send links?
I sent bong slut links.